Also have Joshan Joseph, Derwin Lewis, Alex Armstrong, Amir Lavia, Nian Davis, and the first ball by Ali. On target, Denmo?
Yes, on target, starting well for the Leeward Islands. The Leeward Islands, having won the toss this morning and inserted the Windward Islands, will be hoping that they can utilize the early moisture, the early preparation in this pitch, and get some early wickets.
Yeah, well, in the trial games that they would have had before, in the context of what was taking place, this young man showed some great promise. I don't know, Ali, right-arm fast bowler from St. Kitts, out of the Molyneux area, graduate of J.S. Taylor, Noel Gishard and company. And pass for today. Then more.
It looks to be Auguste.
Yes.
Auguste and Shekels.
One of the prospective umpires looking forward to big things.
Certainly have promised, both of them. And we're hoping that they have good performances during this tournament.
Leeward starting with 2 slips, bang on target again. Winning the toss, then more, what you would have done? Early days?
Early days, yet. I think that the Leeward Islands are a lot more confident in their bowling than in their batting, probably. So they would have chosen to have a field first, get a feel of what it's like. I, as a cricketer, I prefer, especially in a limited overs situation, I like setting the target. So if it was up to me, I would have batted. But again, let's see if this strategy by the Leeward Islands works.
Derwin Lewis, the left-hander, leaves alone the delivery, which was just on or about outside the line of the off stump from Ali. Good take by the captain for the Leeward Islands on the 16 team, Caris Farrell, nicknamed as bowler, just trying to just gear up his guys here. We look around and we see the Leeward started with 2 slips, a gully, a cover, mid-on, mid-off. And they got a short mid-wicket in place, and the only 2 fielders outside is a wide third man and a fine leg. Interesting period of time. I don't know, tell me what you think about the first slip and second slip position. From my vantage point, they look very much off.
They look a little bit close to each other in the context.
And I think the first slip fielder is very wide then more. He looks as if he's on his gallery having a conversation. He's got to be a little bit more careful with that. Ali's got some pace, and I just think maybe then more that he maybe needed to give himself some room at first slip.
Yep, just he's as he's standing there, he's almost level with the wicket keeper, who's going to just probably take a step or 2 forward, but pretty close.
Lewis.
Oh, yes,
Good line, good start here so far by Ali.
Yes, it looks good so far. When he's been able to get his rhythm correct, saw him maybe with the second approach that he missed his run. But once he's been able to get his rhythm correct, he's been able to be on target and is pretty much bowling to his field.
Say good morning to all the cricketing fans all over the world. We're live from the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Ali bongs away into Lewis. Lewis back and across and defending a good straight delivery. And he tends to get the ball to induck Denmore. Young Ali.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that he has chosen to come over the wicket to left-handers. Of recent time, we've noticed that when they were left-handers at the crease, bowlers tend to immediately change their line of attack to around the wicket. But he is trusting his skills, coming over the wicket to the left-handed Lewis.
You know, that's a debate then more that we've always had, even at the first class level. We'll come back to that. Ali could leave. So the first over of the day, Denmore, has yielded a maiden. The Leeward Islands under 16 and this Cricket West Indies under 16 championship has started with a maiden.
Just what Captain Caris Farrell would have wanted from his opening bowler, Ali. Good steady over to settle the nerves, settle the situation, not let the Winward Islands get off to a flyer. And, good over from him. Like I said, once he was able to get his rhythm correct, he was able to put the ball in the areas that he wanted them to be. And I think a very good first over from Ali.
you know, some of these young players, then I had the privilege from the Winward Islands of seeing them because over the last couple of years, before the tournament was changed to the under 16 this year, the Winward Islands would have come up to Antigua and Barbuda before for a camp, get themselves organized. So being able to see Lois and this young man, Alex Armstrong. Alex Armstrong is a very positive. Lives in Barbados, Denmore. Dominican parents, Barbados father. Armstrong did some commentary with us as well last year during the 15. But we're here now and we're seeing this is another prospect young fast bowler that I want you to have a look at, Denmore. France, Kamari France. Sort of bowls off of the wrong foot, but he's got some pace, and if he gets it right here, he could be a handful.
Outside the off stump, there is a little bit of excitement being shown there from the Leeward Islands.
I think they were appealing for a leg before that.
They were appealing because Armstrong was shoulders, arms, but the ball took him on the pad right outside, probably just hit outside the line.
Well, I think the wicketkeeper, Caris Farrell, also looked as if he was trying to throw down the stumps as well, too. He missed, and for some reason, Armstrong was looking for a single that was not there, Denmore. Good leave.
Yes, just all happening in that with that first delivery, an appeal for leg before, an attempted run out, then Armstrong was motoring down the pitch. Lewis was not interested, but all is well that ends well.
Second over, France starting from the media center in here, the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Armstrong with a very high back lift. Hustled him, had to defend that very quickly. One thing about Armstrong, he's on the march. He wants to get a run, and maybe he's objectively, you want to get off that dreaded knot.
Yes, everybody wants to at least get their innings going, get a run. That takes away the early nerves. It also settles you a little bit. But I'm just having a very curious look at France, especially with that odd, the way that he just that odd step that he takes just before he delivers, and I'm just wondering out loud if it is something that should be looked at or maybe should be just left alone.
I think early days, yes, Denmore. But I think while you're concentrating on looking at him running up, you might get yourself in trouble because he's very slippery. He's really aggressive. Ooh,
again,
lovely outswinger there.
He's been bowling right at that off-stump line, just outside off-stump. And one of the things that has impressed me so far in this over is his consistency. All of his deliveries have started on or about off-stump, like we saw that one, and just shaped away from the right-handed Armstrong.
I first saw him last year, Denmore. Trust me, he's got a lot stronger, and he's pumped for the action. Got his left hand up there, beautiful, and going down into that fourth stump area. So the Leewards, Denmore, starting with two maidens on the trot.
Excellent start for the Leeward Islands. They would have been quite happy with this start by these two bowlers, and I'm particularly impressed that the fact that all 6 deliveries for France were bowled at that line, just on or about the off stump, outside line of the off stump. Didn't push one down the leg side like we normally see from young bowlers, which is a measure of consistency in that first over, which for me was very good.
Well, when you came in this morning and you asked me, Springs, who are some of the people to look for, I straight away indicated to you Denmore the possibility of what is to come. Here comes Ali from the Airport Road in, or the CIU Road in, as it was known, and Deshaun Lewis, the 14-year-old from the Commonwealth of Dominica, just defends. The tall figure, played last year as well too. Very attacking all-rounder. Attends the Portsmouth Secondary School in Dominica.
Seems quite assured at the crease. Doesn't seem flustered at the fact that he's facing his second over and has not yet scored.
When I saw him last year at the Powers Ground, I said, I wonder if he was in the same league. He was striking the ball beautifully. Again, he's on the march here. Almost look like he could have walked a single then more. Just the
way
field at mid-off.
Yeah, just the field at mid-off is a little bit deep. Just the way that he came forward to that delivery. You would tend to think that once he gets his innings going, he's going to be difficult to dislodge.
If it's the same Lewis, I think he's already played in the Dominica T20 League. Don't quote me then more, but there's been high talks about this young man. Driving again with the top hand. Just needed to just get that right foot. Now he's rehearsing and indicating that he really should have just got to the pitch and looked to find the gap.
Yeah, his hands did more work there than his feet. I think that if he had probably worked that one with the feet a little more and just played it even just a touch later, could have missed that man that's standing there at that extra cover position.
I find the mid-on and the mid-off is pretty deep. Caris Farrell now, earlier clock, taking out his second slip, and they're now strengthening the offside field. Bowling to a 6-3 field is Ali. Wide delivery, low shot there by Lewis. There was no to get bat on the ball.
Second slip.
Again, just throwing the bat at it outside the line of the off-stop, not really moving his feet.
Andre, go backward.
Is Ali.
Yeah, not too much.
Third over.
If you notice from that replay that his right leg came straight down the pitch, not towards the ball, and his hands, he was playing away from his body, wide outside of his off stump. Not the type of shot that he wants to be playing so early in his innings.
Ali bounding away, goes past umpire O'Geese into Lewis, and Lewis just works this onto the onside. Is off and running. He's going to get two. Now he slips. He has to go back. Farrell aggressively. The wicketkeeper chases the ball. And the Winward Islands under 16. They're off and running. Lewis is off the mark. And they're one without loss.
Yeah, and I thought Lewis was getting a little bit frustrated, especially early on, because it has taken him, some 9 deliveries or so to 11 deliveries to get off the mark. And so he had started to frustrate himself a little bit, and I think that single that he got there into that square leg region would have settled him a little bit, and he would be happy that the Windwards would have gotten their innings underway.
So we now have young Alex Armstrong into strike, also from Dominica, batting all around. 15 years of age, lives in Barbados. Gets a full toss and just whips it away. He'll get a couple of runs here. Feelers after it. And when he gets there, he's comfortably off the mark. So both batsmen are now off the mark. Armstrong, with his first runs of the day, gets 2. And at the end of over number 3, the Winward Islands will be inserted by the Leeward Islands under 16. They're 3 without loss then now.
Winward would have taken 17 deliveries to get off the mark, but they should not necessarily be worried about that. Because once these two batters stay at the crease, they're going to get opportunities to score. There are going to be lots of opportunities to score. The conditions are very good for cricket. There is bright sunshine. It's a beautiful outfield. All the conditions seem set for a good day's cricket. So it would be important to see how patient these youngsters can stay, especially if they're not scoring quickly. And to just make sure that they understand that it's 300 deliveries that they have to score the runs that they need to put on the board today. So there is really not necessarily a need for them to be in a tremendous rush.
France goes past umpire Shackles to Lewis. Lewis is cramped up. He's looking to be aggressive, but there was no movement there with his left foot. And I think Lewis is going to have to understand. I know he wants to maybe go hard in the power play, but it's got to be balanced.
He has to assess the pitch, though, that the pitch does not seem to be coming on as much as he wants it to early on in this contest, in the innings. So he might have to just adjust a little bit.
Beautiful delivery, appeal for caught behind, but I think it beat him all ends up.
Yeah, beautiful delivery again. France continue to impress me in terms of his control, in terms of his line and his length. He's been bowling a good hard length to this batsman. That one touchdown, probably just short of a length, but had good rise and good carry through to wicketkeeper Farrell, and again, not straying down the leg side, even though it's a right-hand, left-hand combination.
Playing on track number 6 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, France to stay away down to the third man. The third man not right back, then more. Powerful throw over the wicketkeeper's head, backed up in the offside, and the score is up to 4 without loss.
Yeah, I think that's what Lewis and Armstrong will need to do. They're going to have to make sure that they utilize that it's a right-hand, left-hand combination, and look to just probably start with getting the ball in the gaps, turning the strike over as often as possible, and try to frustrate the bowler. As we see France continuing, for the first time he's straying down the leg side, and this is what the left and right hand combination does. He was bowling that same delivery to the left-hander earlier in the over, and now that it has switched over to the right-hander, it has slightly thrown him off, because in the first innings he bowled all 6 deliveries to the right-handed player, and now that there is a left and right hand combination out there, and they've been able to turn the strike over, he's had a little bit of an adjustment issue. We've seen with the first delivery when he's had that to do. So let's see how he continues.
France to Armstrong. Going down the onside with a peaceful leg before. Somebody's in trouble. We almost had a mix-up then, more.
There is a big mix-up because Lewis, Armstrong didn't move whatsoever.
I don't think that was
Lewis sprinted down the track and almost just gave up the situation. Stood there, probably looked to argue with Armstrong rather than trying to turn back when he recognized that a single was not on. And the easiest of run out for the Leeward Islands, they get the first wicket. Lewis goes run out for 2 in what I would consider not very good circumstances.
But if we look back, if we can get Jason, let's look at the replay here, then more. The ball was down the onside, and Armstrong would have been blindsided, more or less. Where was Lewis going? I would never begin to figure out where he was going because it's pretty early days in the context.
Yeah, because there was an appeal for leg before, and Lewis just took off. Not certain what took place there. We would need to probably have seen the replay a little earlier on in the situation.
I was surprised then when I looked up and I saw Lewis in the same crease.
Yeah, because the umpire had already said not out, and Lewis was just sprinting down the track, not sure where he was going.
Winward Islands lost their first wicket. Stayed away into the offside with the new batsman who's just coming, trying to pick his number up. Still Armstrong in strike, so the end of the over at the end, and the Winward Islands losing a wicket via the run-out route. But you expect that sometimes then, more early nerves, but that really would have been suicide by Lewis. And I think when he goes back, when his coach Dalton Polius goes to the assessment later, he'd realize that was never a single.
Yeah, it was never a single. He would argue, Lewis, that he had the call because the ball was literally behind of Armstrong, and Armstrong probably needed to listen to him. That would be his argument. But I think in the under the situation, there was an appeal for leg before. The ball just trickled into the onside where there was a fielder, and I don't think there was ever a run on.
Ali bungs away.
Caught
behind. Loose shot there by the number 3 for the Winward Islands under 16. And he goes back without scoring. Good catch by Farrell. Ali strikes. The Winward Islands under 16 are in serious trouble here. Just look at that. Beautiful catch. Lovely delivery there. And the young man walks back. Looks like Lavier. Trying to just get the name. This 4 for 2 as we speak. We're just getting our organization here. Leeward Islands under 16 are on top here very quickly. And striking is Ali. First we had a run out, and then it was the man himself, Ali, who nicked off the number 3 batsman for the Winward Islands under 15. 4 for 2. Went over number 5. Lavier was the batsman, number 3 batsman, Amir Lavier. As he would say, got a golden duck. All happening so fast here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We are trying to keep up with our scorers. And 4 for 2. We have a new batsman who has come out. Waits for a while now as Ali comes in to bowl to the new player. Got the number 18 who has just come out, Nyan Davis. So Davis has come out. Winward Islands in all sorts of trouble here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. But this game not over by a long shot yet, Denmore.
No, it's not over by a long shot, but Lavier would have been guilty there. His first delivery, the ball was wide outside the off stump, moving away from him, and he just threw the bat at it, hoping for the best. Got a thick outside edge and a good take by Caris Farrell behind the stumps, because the ball was going towards the first slip region, and he was able to, dive across to his left and took a nice smart catch behind the stumps. And that was the very next delivery after that run out that we saw, that really horrible run out of Lewis.
Folks in St. Vincent would be very disappointed that Lavier's got out, but the folks in Dominica would be very pleased that Nyan Davis has come to the crease. Here goes Ali. He bongs away now into ball to Davis, full toss, and he's trying to tug that. He's going for power, lost his shape, but he got a inside edge, got a single. Foul had to chase, and Davis is off the mark. 5 for 2. It's all happening here.
Yeah, let me just say good morning to my good friend Clemoy Francois over there in St. Vincent. They call him Bert. He's in the media circles there, and a part of also football refereeing. Good morning to you, Francois. I don't know, I haven't heard from him in a long time, but I had a friend in St. Vincent called Gunny Hines. Haven't heard from him in a while. I wonder if he's still around.
Yeah, he's been around for a good while.
Yeah.
To Armstrong. Armstrong with a pleasant, nice straight bat. Strokes it up the field from short extra cover. Darts around very quickly. The Leeward Islands under 16, they're bubbling.
Yeah, that little dreadlocked fielder.
Five for 2. Driven over the extra cover fielder. Will it go into the ropes now? First boundary of the day, Denmore.
Yeah, it's a full toss, and even though it left the bat in the air, he hit it well enough over the top of that fielder at extra cover. There's a short little dreadlocked fielder there for the Leeward Islands in that extra cover position, but the ball was hit well enough. It was timed well as well, and it went over the top of that fielder and into the boundary for 4. So Winward Islands would be happy they get their first boundary of the competition.
Center. Right down over 2.
9 for 2. France bungs away. It's going to move in now to bowl to Davis. Down the onside. Must have just brushed the pad of Davis on his way through. Farrell standing up, not really standing up, but got up very early and collected cleanly.
Yeah, just pushing that one towards the leg side, and that is what happened because of the left-hand, right-hand situation.
Clipped away, lovely by Davis. Past the short mid-wicket fielder. And they come back quite easily for 2. So Davis seems to be a very busy player.
Yeah, Nian Davis, he has come out to bat, and he's not come out. He's not going to just be there at the crease, pushing around. He's going to be playing his shot. Looks as if somebody who is going to be looking to play his shots and get the innings up and running.
France. Leeward's on top here. 11 for 2. Wide delivery. Good leave by Davis. Winward Islands playing in their green. Leeward Islands in their maroon. The future of West Indies cricket, the future of Winward Islands cricket, the future of Leeward Islands cricket onshore. And France demonstrating some good control here so far. Peel for leg before. I think he might have got something on signal leg buys.
Yeah, that one was again angled towards the leg side, but this time the batters were alert, calling each other through for that run.
Yeah. Score in the meantime goes up to 12 for 2. France bounding away. Armstrong just pulling away. I don't know if maybe a fly got into his eye.
It just seemed to have something had disturbed him with his helmet, but he seemed to have sorted it out now.
Armstrong, a very big lad, 15 years of age, waits, short ball and just works it nicely, beautiful, well played. Going to come back for at least 2 runs quite easily. Good cricket all around, Denmore.
Yeah, good cricket, good awareness that field down on the long leg boundary, having to do a lot of work around to his left before he got to that ball. And it's a pretty long boundary that Kadeem Phillip and others have put out for the under 15s today. And so he had a lot of work to do, and that allowed the batters to come back for a second one. Strong throw though from the fielder on that boundary. But he, after doing such long work, he couldn't stop the 2 runs.
Now there's a conversation taking place between the batsmen and the umpires, and I'm wondering if you think they might be running on the track?
I think it has something to do with the way that they're running. I think they're running on the pitch almost into the area that is considered the danger area. And so the umpires are just probably indicating to them that they need to run off of the pitch itself.
All seems to be well. And, at the coolest cricket ground, the areas are pretty grass as well. Played. Nice adjustment there by Armstrong. I like the look of this young man. Saw him last year. Then more very attacking. Lives in Barbados.
Good thing is that he's watching the ball. He watched that one that kept just slightly low all the way onto his bat, and just with an angled bat, got it down to a wide, deep backward point position, and was able to come through for an easy single.
So Armstrong is on 9, Davis is on 3, 15 for 2. The Winward Islands have lost Lewis, run out tragically. They will look back at that and realize that was wound. In the end, 15 for 2, 6 goals so far.
Yeah, Caris Lavea getting a golden duck. First ball delivery wide outside the off stump, flashed at it, good catch taken.
Here goes Ali from the CIO then, just not getting it right yet. And maybe we've not really seen the real true pace of this track yet, Denmore. This is only over number 6 so far.
Yeah, I think the early situation is still ongoing, where the pitch has not necessarily dried out of that early morning moisture. I think it's going to get better as the day goes by.
The sun has been belting down here in Antigua and Barbuda. Full toss. Stripped away into the offside. Missed out there, Armstrong.
I know that certain areas in Antigua and Barbuda had lots of rainfall yesterday, including up here at Coolidge. Out in Liberta, where I live yesterday, we didn't have a drop.
Well, I'll say something to you then, which would be amazing. I had a flash flood in St. Kitts and Nevis yesterday. So some of the rain maybe which skirted around.
Yeah, I think some drifted back, and they had flash flood in St. John's. I understood yesterday. Not a drop where I live out in Liberta, though.
Armstrong waits for Ali. Beauty.
That's a good delivery. That's a good delivery.
Touchdown.
One that touchdown and just beat him, all ends up.
The young man has got good wrist position. There was a lovely in-swinger there. And good cricket all around.
Yeah, getting
well played by Armstrong.
Yeah, and Ali getting the one wicket that we've seen in terms of for a bowler so far in the morning. And again, it was one of those deliveries that was just about on or about the off stump, moving away from the batter that enticed Lavia into that stroke.
Ali into Armstrong. And Armstrong is coming quietly forward, defending nicely. Talking about other sports then more yesterday. We had the Nevis to St. Kitts Cross Channel swim. 25 years.
I saw photos of that. Yeah. Over 500 swimmers.
Yeah, from 41 countries around the world. Very, very big event, which is turned in now to be magnificent promotion for both the island of Nevis and St. Kitts. In that context, ball died there from Ali. Just maybe lack of pace. Farrell getting down and correcting it. He's now looking to make the adjustment. There's no slip here for the Leeward Islands seamer Ali. They've maybe gone into a defensive mood. I still would like to have a slip then more. It's always important.
Yeah, I think with the way that Ali is bowling and what we saw him able to hit the edge of Lavia and took that, and that catch was taken, I think a slip would still be should still be in play at this moment.
Or going down the onside.
My God.
And umpire seemed to have got something onto that one. You know, it's all well then more. You gotta be looking to attack because with the advent of no slip right now, you just never know. One might just go past Farrell and might be diving away. I think in the early portion, Leewards have to understand that they are on top. So you got to still keep attacking. Don't know if you really need the extra feeler on the offside. But Farrell is the captain. Driven again up to mid-off. Can't score.
I think that shot that was played earlier by Davis when he drove one over the top of the extra cover region and got a boundary, that would have probably worked on Farrell in his head. But Farrell need to understand, just 16 runs on the board, 7 overs, you still have the opportunity that you can afford a slip at this stage.
Yeah. So France will continue. He's going to start his 4th over. Downing Ali, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, 1 wicket. France has bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, no wicket.
And look at the economy rates. Excellent so far.
16 for 2 over number 7 bowl here. We're playing on track number 6 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And France bungs away again. That's what we're talking about then more. No slip. The ball racing away down to the 3rd man boundary for 4.
Yeah, once you have no slip and you get a thick edge like that one might not have carried to the slip because it seemed to have just fallen short, but at least you would have had someone in that position that could have the possibility of cutting that off.
Got to have a slip then more. The bowling strength of the Leeward Islands is fast bowling. You have to be looking to attack. You know, that feeler on the offside, to me, then more, the extra cover, I think he's wasted. The sort of length that France is bowling is not a driving length.
Yeah, certainly that fielder there could have been better served in that slip position. I also think that with the way that France has showed good control as well, the man in mid-wicket is not necessarily needed there as well.
Plus even the square leg. I'll take out the square leg then more.
What I would have done, I would have probably brought the man at square leg to forward of square that covers both the square leg and the mid-wicket region, and could have that man that is at mid-wicket that I think is wasted in the slip region.
Someone will tell us then more that we are the armchair captains in the commentary booth for 360. 21 for 2. Armstrong has looked quite compact. He's 15. He's on the non-strikers end, and Davis has come out. He's been on 3 for a long time. France to Davis. Stands up straight to defend. Leewards have some options. Looking forward to see Aiden Williams and Elijah Miller. I think you're going to love Miller. Denmore?
Yeah, I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward.
He's got some pace. Driven again, down the ground, can't score. Mid on in the middle of deep. I think if I was something which I think that youngsters have to trust themselves, you know. That might have been a good single. Maybe tested Williams there, mid off.
I think he drove it probably a little bit too firmly in the sense to create a single. If he had just played it maybe with a little softer hand, so it rolled slower to the fielder at that mid-off position, then maybe it could have been a single.
Missed out there. Davis.
And then I also think that with Armstrong being a little bit heavy set, might not be the fastest between the wicket. I think that too might have played in the decision not to risk a single.
21 for 2. Over number 8. Quiet day. Sunny day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Again, cramp for room. Poor feeling there by Ali. Given away. Didn't keep his eyes on the ball. Got to watch the ball all the way. In the end, only got a single. Davis goes up to 4. The score goes up to 22 for 2. And we bring in to you live cricket coverage from the coolest cricket ground, the home of cricket, West Indies.
Move fast.
The Rising Stars
Still behind?
on the 15.
Yes, on the 15 tournament. 8 overs gone so far by the Leeward Islands. They would have been happy so far because they've been able to keep the Winward Islands scoring right down. Just 22 runs scored so far. We've seen Armstrong, who has been there from the start. 15, 21, 4 to Davis. As we see, the Leeward Islands making a change in bowling from that northern end. But again, it's a situation where the Windward Islands have not gotten away, and the Leeward Islands should feel the happier of the two teams so far.
So it's Miller, Elijah Miller from Antigua and Barbuda, another young prospect, Denmore, another fast bowler. So one fast bowler to the next. Miller replacing Ali, who's now down at the third man boundary again. Farrell has decided not to have a slip for Miller. Very defensive mood very early then. I don't know how you feel.
Yeah, it's quite. I think the bowlers need a little bit more support, especially at the fast bowling level at this stage. But I think Farrell is just thinking that I don't want to be giving away too many runs, especially on the drive. So he's had a packed offside field.
Bowling maybe more or less to a 5-4 feel here. Elijah Miller. Armstrong in strike. He's on 15. Gets the delivery. Tries to work it. Somebody could be in trouble here. But Davis got back very quickly to his crease.
Yeah, Armstrong was quick to send him back. Davis was looking to try and steal a single as that one was dropped on the onside in this region going towards square leg. But like I said, I don't think Armstrong is the type of player who's going to be wanting too many quick singles.
Here goes Miller. Full toss. Clip the, ooh, just over the square leg area. Full toss. and whipped away for 4. Second boundary of the inning so far, Denmore. Full toss.
Yeah, full toss to Armstrong, and he put it away. He left the bat in the air, but I think he hit it well enough. And that fielder who was standing there at that square leg position didn't look interested at all in trying to make a catch out of that one. So we'll see who that fielder there being Ryan Markham.
Oh, there's a change now. Denmore. They switched the fielders.
Yeah, I think because the ball went towards Markham in the air, and he didn't really try to make an effort to catch it.
Down the onside. But I think that one maybe would have maybe just passed over the middle stump. Armstrong came inside.
He was falling away to the offside.
Looking to just maybe help it. But it get up. Farrell came around nicely and took that. Still would like to see Farrell have a slip then. Early days yet. You've been a former cricketer then more. You always keep that pressure up. You don't ease the pressure up. Leeward Islands on top, 27 for 2. Looking for more wickets. Miller.
Here is that one.
Gone past Farrell. Got something onto it there. And Farrell was diving away.
Yeah, he took an edge off the bat there of Armstrong as he was looking to pull that one. Probably the ball hustled onto him a little quicker than he expected in Armstrong.
It had a little bit of extra zip.
Yeah, and so he took the edge, but falling away from the diving Farrell.
Here goes Miller. Up in the air. Who wants it? Who wants it? Who wants it, Denmore? Who wants it, Denmore?
That same fielder that they just switched with Markham took it. They moved him from the mid-wicket region and brought him to backward square to replace Markham, who didn't make an effort for that ball that was pulled. And this was a ball that was in the air for a while, and he judged it well and took a smart catch in the end. Good work by the Leeward Islands fielder.
Yeah, young man from Antigua, Denmore, trying to get his name. Plays
Number
for all
8,
the scenes.
number 8 on his back.
Yeah, number 8.
Nishan! You want to
Harris. Isaiah Harris.
Yes.
Yeah. Plays for All Saints, Denmore, in the First Division Committee. In fact, I think he goes to grammar school. That's where I think I would have seen him. Very little accomplished batsman. Both are decent off spin as well, too.
And he looks the
a live wire in the field.
Yes, he is a live wire in the field, and it was good knowledge by Captain Farrell as well to recognize that they always say that you put your best fielders in critical locations, and there we saw a ball that was pulled by Armstrong, went full towards Markham. Markham almost was taking evasive action, and that one went over him into the boundary for 4, and immediately Farrell switched him with Harris, and then Harris doing the job in that position there.
So Justin comes out, Denmore, number 24. Hope I've got that one right. And got young Aidan Williams who starts, the son of Stuart Williams. Aidan Williams. His mom, the late Wanaka Morton, is here supporting him, a lawyer, Midge Morton. Good leave by young Justin. Windward's in trouble here, Denmore, 28 for 3.
That's actually, is that Armstrong that's facing?
No, that's...
Justin is at the...
Yeah, Justin had non-strikers in. Armstrong
Non-strikers
facing.
Yeah.
Justin is 13 years old. Denmore from St. Lucia.
He has an opportunity to make a name for himself at that young age.
Yeah. Played down to the right. Third man there is Armstrong. He's off the... Gets off strike. He's 21. Sure folks maybe just tuned in. Must be wondering what is happening here.
Yeah, I think that the Winward Islands would need to regroup because they were 29 for 3, and 2 of the 3 wickets we saw an unnecessary run out of Lewis at the start.
A lot of left-handers into this Winward Islands team. Oh my, he played all around that.
Yeah, again,
Denmore.
first stop from Williams, just on or about the off stump. So a place where the Leeward Islands bowlers have been on or about for the entire match. They've been good at bowling those deliveries just about length outside the line of the off stump.
Back and across again, squaring them up more or less. And all of a sudden, the Leewards sensing that they're on top. The slip is now being re-employed back.
Yeah, and I thought that you know, when he had the other batter in as well, he could have employed the slip. But with a new batter in, the slip is there.
Nice positive shot there by Justin, posing for the cameras. The only thing is that we don't have the late Colin Bones Cumberbatch with us to take that photo.
Anymore, he would have certainly captured that one. End of the over 29 for us with Justin, yet to score Armstrong on 21. I think it's the end of the first power play, 10 overs. The Leeward Islands would be the happier of the two teams.
Yeah. Only one extra here so far. Leeward's really large and in control here against the Winward Islands. But it's early days.
Still early days, and I still feel that with Armstrong still at the crease, that he's going to be, I think, the difference maker between the Leeward Islands, you know, out in the Windwards for a low score, and the Winward Islands getting a good score.
Oh, what a delivery. Pitch down. Armstrong coming forward and then just decided that maybe I should have just left that one.
Again, that length delivery, that length that they've been bowling and holding well for the entire game, coming into play there. That one was not full enough to drive, just about a good length, and Armstrong was reaching for it, reaching forward, and a good delivery first up by Miller.
Well, I'll say something to you then, more. I'll come back to that in a while. Miller in now to Armstrong. Short ball down the onside. Umpire signals a wide. Tried to hammer that one in. Didn't get up. Now, right where that young man is catching that ball, Denmore, in that short extra cover area, if I was Farrell, I'll bring him right there. But I still feel also that for Elijah Miller, you need a slip.
Certainly agree with you.
The middle one I just feel is just too deep to Denmore. I think they can take a chance and bring that fielder a lot more closer.
My only comment would be that just remember that they are still on the 15 boys, and so some of the things that we think about and the placements that we would have had for probably older players, it's probably not the same at this stage of the career. We have to remember that some of the boys are still probably a little bit delicate, a little bit not as confident as we would want them to be at this age. So, and two, they're learning the game. The captain is learning the game. So the way that we have seen it over the years of experience would not be the same for them at this under 15 stage. So what I think is important, is going to be important, is the notes that the coaches are taking at this stage, in the sense of, so that when they have a debriefing. That's a good delivery.
Another beautiful delivery again there. And I think it all comes down to preparation as well too, Denmore. We see even in the men's regional competition, Denmore, captains, you know, reacting late. You know, sometimes we go into this defensive mood rather than looking to attack.
Don't do that again.
That comes from school cricket. You know, leaders are identified very early, Denmore. You identify captains early.
Another good delivery. Miller is really bowling well here. Springer. Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm also saying too that I think the debriefing is as much as important as even the leading and the training. What happens there is that you in the debriefing, this is where they could go back to our coverage,
And the video.
our video,
Analyst,
and
yes.
show, you know, and say, listen, this is that man was a little bit deep. Maybe the next time you bring him a little closer, that type of thing, just so that there is continuous learning that is taking place, you know, in the situation.
Tumbling save there by Farrell. The ball rushing onto Justin's right pad. Started died down, and Farrell had to get around goalkeeper style, knocked it down. Saved any runs at all. Miller bounding with some rapid pace, full delivery, full pitch delivery. Gone past Justin. End of another over. And at the end of 11, 31 for 3. Justin is a naught. Armstrong has looked very accomplished for his 22.
Yeah, Armstrong is there, and I've said it before that he's going to be a difference maker, I think, today in the how the innings go for the Winward Islands, unless they have somebody in the shed that is still going to come and make a bigger difference, because Justin seems to be you know, not as confident as we see with Armstrong. He's trying to get off the mark. He's with his 7 deliveries so far, and he doesn't look as accomplished as we've seen with Armstrong.
Williams to Armstrong. Short delivery. It's gone down the onside. Signal wide by the umpire. It's gone through Farrell. Ooh, scrabbling around to stop that one.
Yeah, not a good delivery at all by Williams. I think he was just trying to hammer that one into the pitch and got it totally wrong. Just sprayed it down the leg side.
Maybe he thought he was practicing in the nets yesterday. He had a session, an early morning session. Different track here. Leaning edge in the air. Justin does not look balanced at the crease.
Yeah, and he doesn't look very confident either. Sort of when you check his body language as compared to when we saw Lewis earlier in the innings. Lewis looked very assured of himself, very confident, had a positive body language. Not so Justin.
Spanks
That is going to make him feel a lot better, though.
He heard you then more.
Yeah, that one is going to make him feel a lot better about himself. He got a delivery that was just asked to be hit. It was slow, it was short, and he gave himself some room and played to his strength. He seems to like to play on that offside, and he got what he was looking for, and he put it away. Good shot by Justin.
No, I think that Aiden Williams is trying to hammer the ball into the turf. You'll be better served bowling the ball at a fuller length. That's where he's more dangerous. Still early days yet, and no youngsters want to, you know, generate and get it up. He's a medium fast bowler, and he just needs to attack the stumps. Just bowl a fuller length. Bowl him.
And he's bowled.
That's what we're talking about, Denmo.
Yeah.
That's all he had to do.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, that the delivery before that he put away for 4 seemed to have been his strength. Short and wide, and because he was standing on the back foot all the time. And so he got what he liked, and now that it's pitched up, he was still standing on that back foot, both feet in the crease, and he got his off stump knocked out.
So, another wicket goes down.
Yeah, that one started on about off stump and was just cutting back at Justin. Justin got caught on the crease, both feet in the crease. A poor shot played, and his off stump was knocked out of the ground.
So we have a new batsman, Denmo. Will you pick the number up? Okay.
Number 20, Joseph.
Joshua and Joseph. So looks like a right-hander by all means, Denmo, just the way he's holding the bat. Right. So we now have 2 right-handers. And on our left, Denmo, over at the gallop, we have Miss Elaine Turner. So the support staff, and she follows cricket all around Denmo. She's right there. Her mom is not there today, but Mrs. Armstrong is also there. So Joseph gets his first delivery, and he defends to Williams' delivery.
Yeah, and I just want the folks to know that this is an opportunity that you can come up to the college cricket ground. I don't think there's a charge to come in.
No,
No,
not at all.
no. So
If they're not charging for the women's game, why would they charge for this then?
I'm just saying that if you want to take in some youth cricket, this is an opportunity for you to come up, maybe come with your picnic basket and utilize the grass surroundings here. It's a very clean, immaculate looking place, and it's a good place that you can come and watch cricket. And maybe those persons who like to sit in the stand can come in the pavilion where we are located and sit down and take in some of the cricket. Leeward Islands would be feeling happy about themselves so far. They're 37 for 4 in the 12th over.
Peel for caught behind by Farrell, but won't be tempted on the umpire. Now the over comes to an end. Joshua Joseph, who has just come to the crease.
Yeah, just that
He's
was
the team
pretty close to his glove, but missing it in the end there. But he himself and Armstrong would again need to do a little bit of repair work for the Winward Islands and look to try and put a decent score on the board. The Leeward Islands, though, would be happy with their performance so far. 4 wickets in the first 12 overs. They would be happy about themselves.
So Armstrong comes quietly forward. Talking about Joshua Joseph, the team captain for the Winward Islands team. Attends Harrison College in St. Michael, Barbados, age 15 years. So we have 2 folks from Dominica. We have young man Joshua Joseph, another Dominican. Let me say good morning to Trevor Shillingford, Thomas Kentish, Phoenix Thomas, all of those guys in the Winward Islands. Lovely on drive there by Armstrong. Gets a very relaxed and comfortable single. And Armstrong is just growing in confidence then more. He goes up to 24 and the score goes up to 39 for 4. Win the 13th over.
Yeah, and it's good to see that some of the folks who probably live in other regions of the Caribbean are able to come back and represent.
So far, then more.
Because I think you're saying Joseph lives in Barbados too?
Yes, he goes to Harrison College.
Right.
Yeah.
And so you have...
So too is Armstrong as well.
Armstrong. So that's what I'm saying with Dominican parentage, that they're able to come back and represent the Winward Islands. You know that I am of the opinion, and have been for quite a while, that at these tournaments in the Caribbean, we need to see the best players available.
Here's Joseph driving, can't beat the...
And so I am of the opinion, and I've been for quite a while, that if you have players who are good enough in some of the other regions that don't get into their region team simply because of numbers, some of those players can be spread out to some of the teams who could probably take a little bit more of a top up, if you want to call it that.
Oh,
That's a good quick
what a
delivery.
Jaffa there.
Yeah, that's a good quick delivery.
It even surprised Farrell as well. It squared up Joseph completely. That was, I think, the delivery of the morning.
Yeah, that was a good quick delivery by
Jason,
Miller.
can you show me that one again? Look at it, Denmore. Touchdown. Not that one. Jason, I'll find the real one for us. Don't worry, we get it. The Wiz. 38 for 4. Say good morning to Vinod and the entire crew in Trinidad and Tobago. Here comes Elijah down the onside. Beautiful take. That one, he just pushed it there, Elijah. Miller.
He has good pace, but when he goes for that effort ball, seems to not get it online.
And tell me what you have picked up. You see France landing off of the wrong foot as well too. You see Miller sometimes.
Yeah. Again, a little bit of a rhythm issue, and that is why I was asking earlier if these are things that
can be worked on. Yeah. Just need a sprints coach.
Yeah.
Then more.
Yep.
Down the onside, another extra delivery pace there. That one hit the gloves of Farrell. The umpire Signaling a wide.
Yep.
Direct hit there from Farrell.
Yeah, whenever he goes for that effort ball, he tends to push it. So he's pushing it towards the leg side rather than just trying to bowl it. And I think that is something that he has to work on. That when he's going for the effort, he still has to remember that he has to stay true to his action. Stay true to his action rather than trying to push the ball like he's doing right now.
I'd love to get somebody like a Eileen Baptist or Winston Benjamin to be working with these young, even a Hungry Walsh.
Correct.
You got these guys around. Ooh, well, ball bang on target again. Every time he bowls in that area, then more, it's a worry.
And if you notice it, that is when he is coming with good rhythm. Whenever he has his rhythm good, he gets those type of deliveries. But then again, just some work needed in terms of getting his coordination consistent. So as you say, maybe a sprint coach in the off season,
working
somebody
on the stride pattern.
that is just going to help him with his stride pattern. Just probably getting him running in more consistently and so on. Things that can be worked on. But at least we've shown, like last year, I saw even from a young Jamaican that he's willing to run in and bowl fast, and that is something I love to see.
Williams starts again. Appeal for a leg before there. Farrell has moved the slip out for Williams. So he's got a pack offside field. I think one thing that Kyrus Farrell is going to have to learn to understand, he's just going to have to be patient. That's going to be key. He's now putting a sweeper.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit reactive. When I say reactive, meaning that was a short delivery. The batter made an attempt to pull, and immediately we saw Kyrus Farrell sending that man back on the deep square leg boundary.
But I think that man is wasted, Denmore, because Joseph, the captain of the Winward Islands under 15, is a not. He's got a sweeper on the offside and a sweeper on the leg side. He has to understand that Leewards are on top, 41 for 4. Got to keep that pressure up. Don't give away runs. Ooh.
I one just slipping from the grasp of
Williams.
Yep.
Dead ball signaled by the umpire. Got to keep that pressure up. No need to ease the pressure up. Make them work for every run. Bring that feeler back into the square leg area. Have that slip for Williams. From the onside again.
Again, we like you've just said that Joseph is yet to score. He's faced 9 deliveries, so he has not showed anything at all except some offers that would suggest that you need the man at deep backward square and the man on the deep cover boundary.
Driven again up to Isaiah Harris, one of the better fielders here so far. He's showing his fielding skills. And as coaches then more, once we're around young people, we always tend to look for the bright prospects in the field. Something I find even when I'm looking at school cricket this year, then more in Antigua and Barbuda, a lot of the youngsters, even the quality of the cricket itself, inside edge. So finally Joseph is off the mark. Fielder finally comes around. Farrell not happy with the throw, but he's got to understand he's got the gloves on, so he's got to be able to clean up everything. Leeward's large and in control here, 42 for 4. It brings Armstrong, who's been very composed, full toss, driven, but can't beat the short extra cover fielder. For a moment, it looked like it was going through, but he recovered nicely. Another over comes to over number 14, Denmore.
Yeah.
What score you think they'll be looking at, Denmore?
I think the Winward Islands would have to probably just reassess at this stage. Having lost 4 wickets, they would need to probably just try and see if they can get as close as possible to 150, maybe even a little bit more. But they would be saying to these two, the captain Joseph and opener Armstrong, that you two have to put on a big partnership. I think if they bat another 20 overs or so together, and you know, score at 5 runs. Next thing, as soon as you look at it, Leeward Islands could be, you know, on the back foot.
He's appealed for a leg before. Miller asking the umpire, and very early o'clock. Maybe he might have just cut something on that one, Demo.
Probably. We would love to see what angle we get from that one. But the umpire was very quick to signal not out. Let's have a look. That's the Jaffa. That's the Jaffa.
The Wiz Jason from the Jaffa for us.
Yeah, we love that one.
Driving through the offside, out to the sweeper. Long boundary here.
It is. And as I'm saying, for an under 15, with playing on pitch number 6, that boundary could have probably been in maybe another 5-6 meters, a little closer, because driving square of the wicket, it's a pretty long boundary.
It's a long boundary then.
Yeah.
Miller to Armstrong, who's looked very composed. And you could tell the preparation in his temperament then more. He opened the batting, and this is over number 15, and he's still batting.
And he needs to bat for another 15, another 20. Needs to try and carry his bat as long as possible, because I believe he's going to get bowling that's a little looser than what the Leewards have had so far in their first 4 bowlers. The other bowlers to come, so he just needs to be patient.
Kenny's driving straight up to the mid-on fielder. Can't get a run. And what I like about Armstrong Denmore is his presentation of his bat. And he's not rushing, he's not going to the ball. He's playing the ball as late as possible. Very composed. And you could see him rehearsing, you could see him thinking about the game.
And he needs to continue and not be flustered by the fact that he's only scored 23 so far.
Yeah, put in 23, gets a short ball down the onside. Every now and again, he's upset with himself there, Elijah Miller.
Yeah, every time he tries that effort ball, he tends to just push it down the leg side. And he probably does it about 2 times every over. And he has to be conscious of that. He probably needs to just calm down a little bit and just try and keep that line and length going. Forget about those effort short balls for the time being.
Sweetly timed there by Armstrong. Good piece of fielding there. It looks like from Prentice.
That was hit hard.
Yeah.
If that had beaten him, that would have certainly been 4.
One of the things, Denmore, I want to see youngsters bowl fast, Denmore. I find we have too many medium pacers.
Yeah,
in the Caribbean.
I have no issue with with you youngsters bowling fast. Those who would have listened to me last year knew how excited I was.
Good ball, bang on target. Somebody could be in trouble. Somebody could be in trouble. But I think he got home quite easily, Joseph.
I think it was a well-judged run, very well-judged. What happened, he played that one with softer hands, Alex Armstrong. And so even though there was a fielder at extra cover, he had to make up 10 meters coming in towards that delivery. And good, positive cricket between Joseph and Armstrong. Joseph getting home pretty easily.
Deshaun James there wearing the number 11 for the Leewards. Hitting the stumps. I hope when the time is right that he could continue to hit them all the time. 45 for 4 over number 15.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that I was excited when I saw you good young fast bowling last year. I'm trying to remember, there was a youngster from Jamaica. I remember last year that bowled very quickly. Saw him in a couple of games.
Guyana had some
and
good
Guyana
prospects
too had some good prospects. Yeah. And but I don't just want, because you're trying to bowl fast, that you spread the ball. And that is what I'm saying about Miller. Not that I want him to reduce his pace, but I want him to concentrate and recognize that the effort ball, he's pushing it down the leg side. So just think a little bit more about what he's doing.
So the bug seemed to have rubbed off on Aiden Williams. He too went down the onside. And a wide being signaled by umpire Shekels, Donald Shekels from Antigua and Barbuda. Slow ball slapped away for 4. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, he saw it all the way.
Oh, he enjoyed that, Armstrong. He posed for the cameras when he hit that. It was a wide half volley, and he leaned into it. Maybe the shot of the day, then more.
Yeah, he saw it. He saw it early because the slow delivery was literally delivered using the action. So he saw the action slow down, and then it was right up to him, right within his range, and he really hit it powerfully.
Goes up to 28. Down the onside, just turned it down to the fine leg area. Get a very comfortable single.
Yeah, just getting enough back.
50 up for the Winward Islands then more.
50 for 4 in over. 51 for 4 in over number 15.
They'll be excited about that.
Yeah, not yet panic time for the Winward Islands. I think that if they get a partnership or two going, then they could still put a decent score on the board.
Joseph again, just languagely just driving into the offside. They're thinking about 2, but Armstrong says no. And Farrell hustling to the field to get the ball in.
Yeah, almost a half-hearted stroke there from Joseph.
I think they balanced to them more.
Yeah,
not left foot.
Yeah, not certain where he wanted to put that one. I think he wanted to play it a lot straighter. The ball coming off the inner portion of the bat, going into the mid-wicket region.
Might have a break after this then more. The umpire, standby umpire, Melissa Laurie, one of your associates of PIC Liberta Blackhawks, just on the edge of the boundary.
One of those persons that we think have a bright future in terms of umpiring as a female.
She certainly has, and she's been really making a name for herself in that area. Short ball, well played again by Armstrong. Armstrong looks very composed then more. So look as if we will have our first break of the day then more, and at the end of 16 overs, the Winward Islands been inserted by the Leeward Islands at 52 for 4. Armstrong is on 29 for 43. And Joseph, the captain, is 3 from 14.
Yeah.
On behalf of the panel here, Denmore Robertson, myself, and the 360 team, just to let you know, Lois was run out for 2. Lavia was caught Farrell both. Ali without scoring. Davis was caught. Isaiah Harris bowled Miller for 5. And Justin was bowled by Williams for 4. Not out batsman Joseph 3 and Armstrong 29 from 45 deliveries. Your thoughts, Denmore?
Yeah, a morning so far that the Leeward Islands would be the happier of the two teams, the bowlers, all contributing. Even though France doesn't show a wicket there, I think that his consistency was something that was very good to notice so far with his bowling. A wicket each for Ali, Miller and Williams, and all of them have been keeping the economy rates below 4, which means that with the 16 overs they've been able to restrict the Winward Islands. They have not allowed the Winward Islands to get away in terms of the way that they have batted, and I think the outfielding too for the Leeward Islands have been very good.
So Adani Ali, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, 1 wicket. France, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, no wicket. Miller, 4 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, 1 wicket. And Williams, 4 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, 1 wicket. So at the break, 52 for 4, the Winward Islands. So Denmore, it's over to you, my brother.
Yeah, welcome back to coverage here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's a bright, sunny Sunday morning, and we've had good cricket so far. 4 wickets in the first hour and 10 minutes of play. And, of course, the Winward Islands, they've been able to score 52 runs on the board. Joseph and Armstrong, they're at the crease. And is it spin we're going to see for the first time?
Spin.
We're just looking, or is it still Miller?
Spin. Andre Peters.
Andre Peters is in, and his first delivery, having the batter in a little spot of bother. He's a leg spinner by trade, correct? Am I correct? Leg spinner, Andre Peters?
Yes, from Antigua and Barbuda.
From Antigua and Barbuda, plays for Bowlands in the domestic competition. We just see the umpires just having, calling Farrell down again, having a word. We're going to see this. Seems to have just been, I'm not certain what would have taken place. But we're just seeing that the umpires.
I think somebody got injured. I think because the physio has been called out. So I don't know if Farrell, maybe the ball dropped on his foot. If Jason maybe can pull that one back because he's going to get some treat. Oh no, the ball hit him in his helmet. They're doing a
concussion, so maybe the ball would have taken him in his helmet.
Yeah.
They're doing the concussion protocol just to make sure that he is okay.
It's Palm Sunday. Denmore.
Yes, it is.
Happy
yes,
Palm
it is.
Sunday to you as
Thank
well.
you. And this means that this is Easter week here in Antigua and Barbuda, Holy Thursday and Good Friday to come. And we should have a game on Easter Monday, the final of this bilateral, the final game of this bilateral series. And let me just say hello to all the folks who are listening to us. There are some folks who are responding to us here in Antigua. Calf over there in Glanville, he never misses any of these games. Here is Andre Peters, and here is this delivery going right through, beating the batsman all ends up and is running down to the fine leg boundary and is running away for 4 byes. So again, that delivery there seemed to have just been the googly, not reading it was the batter nor the wicket keeper, and it went right through everyone and down to the boundary for 4.
Just want to just have a look at that one again. Let me just look at Farrell going down, Denmore. I just think that he's too close, Denmore. If you look at the positioning of Caris Farrell, gonna have to be careful.
Here is Peters beating the bat of Joseph once again. Farrell doesn't seem very confident. We've seen action in the first 3 deliveries of this over. Delivery that is driven, square of the wicket. It's going to get opportunity for runs here. And did he pull it back just inside the boundary?
He did.
Probably just did. The
Beautiful
fielder
piece
out
of feeling
on
there, Ali.
Yeah, Ali there. And getting around and tumbling. He had to do a lot of work from cover on the boundary down to a backward point position and was able to stop it just before it got into the ropes. And the batters were able to come back for 2 runs. But I was saying that Farrell doesn't seem very confident keeping to the spin of Andre Peters. The first delivery struck him on the helmet.
I was looking at where his left foot is then more. And maybe the left foot is on the line of the middle stump.
Yeah, I was just about to say that he probably just needs to adjust.
Left foot just needs
to adjust himself a little bit to his right.
So
bring that left leg more onto the off stump so he can see what is taking place.
And he also has to look to see where his first slip is. The left foot keeps going down the onside, really. In fact, if I was coaching him then more, he wouldn't even be looking to go for that ball, even though the over is finished. But he'd have to stay down in his stance because he's looking to come up. So he has to stay down a lot longer.
Seems a little bit frustrated as well. The end of the over has come up. At the end of it, 59 for 4 after 17. And we've had just a couple more spectators have come in. And that person was listening to me, the Springer, brought the basket out, the picnic atmosphere spread and everything, and we want a few more like that to come out today and taking the cricket action support both the Leewards and Winward Islands.
So I need you to stand up now, Denmore, because some Winward Island parents have come in just below us as well.
Yes, No doubt. And
Yeah.
we need a lot more
You
of them.
you have a lot of
come out.
Dominicans who live here too, so their families would be coming out to support. New bowler.
So we're having spin from both ends. Markan is the bowler here, bowling from this end, the commentary box end. We're at the southern end of the Coolidge cricket ground. Markan in, and a little bit slow. They're having to wait for it. Was Joseph, and he hit it out into the offside field for another run.
I would not have gone for Markan yet. I would have given Williams another over there.
Right arm over 2.
Especially to Joseph.
balls.
Joseph has really not got into his stride.
Here we watch as this delivery is played away into the offside field by Armstrong, and they get another single. The changes almost seem rehearsed, if I can say that. Almost as if the talk was before, when we reach certain overs after the break, we're going to bring on both spinners instead of assessing what is happening in the game.
Punch down the ground here by Joseph. Feel that mid-on tumbling around. He has to stay on his feet there. Young Williams.
Yeah, I think it looks a little bit easier now, though, for Joseph now, who is batting. He's facing from Markan and gets a delivery. It's a better delivery for Markan, one that is closer to the batter, cutting back at him, and he's able to just punch it off the back foot easily, no run.
Got to bowl the ball into the surface. That's going to be key, especially on these tracks here at the Coolidge cricket ground.
He's giving it a little bit of flight. The ball is struck away in the air, and the catch is taken at the mid-on position.
Loose shot there by Joseph.
Loose shot. It was given a little bit of flight, and I think that is what undid him. He saw the flight, went for it, hit it in the air, and was that Williams who was standing at that mid-on position? Looked a little bit shaky as he was running backwards, but he got under it, took the catch successfully. The 5th wicket has gone down for the Winward Islands, and the Leeward Islands continue to be on top here in this game. 61 for 5.
Williams took the catch. Aidan Williams. 61 for 4. That was a very poor shot selection, Denmore, by the Winward Islands captain.
Yeah, the captain, 61 for 5. It would read in a short while, but again, like I said, if you look at it, it was flighted. Give it a little bit of flight, and he didn't get to the pitch of it. Went through with the shot, and it went up into the air. And Williams, who was deep at that mid-on position, was able to take a smart catch in the end.
Who we got coming out now?
Yeah.
Benjamin Denmore. So we got Benjamin coming out for the Winward Islands.
Here we watch as
Benjamin.
Andre Peters starts a new over. First delivery is played away by Armstrong out onto the onside. Mid-on position, gets a single.
Yeah.
Seems to be a left-hander in Benjamin. So they have the left-hand, right-hand combination, and we'll see how Peters bowls now to the left-handed Benjamin.
Yeah, just going to put up some stats on Benjamin for a while, Denmore.
Outside the off stump again. Up too
early
is Farrell. And that one just going into his pad. So Farrell doesn't seem to be very confident keeping against the spin. Delivery is played quietly into the offside field by Benjamin. Just reaching to one from Andre Peters, and there is no run. Peters again, and again just slightly flighted delivery. Just reaching forward, playing it quietly in the offside field is Benjamin, no run.
Wicket keeper Denmore, 13 years old, from the Commonwealth of Dominica, young Benjamin.
Here we see this one outside the line of the leg stump, looking to sweep and got it past Farrell. No signal from the umpire on that occasion. I was looking to see if he would have signaled that one a wide. Here is Andre Peters. Quicker delivery. Played away by Benjamin. He's going to get his first run. Gets it down to short third man position. And they're able to come through for 1 run. Brings up the end of the over. End of over number 19. 63 for 5. 63 for 5 here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. It's a beautiful location. It's a nice place to watch cricket. That's, you'll see the graphic there, show you the Winward Islands batting so far. Lewis, Lavere, Davis, Justin and Joseph back in the pavilion so far. 63 for 5. 19 overs completed. And we see Markan is going to immediately go around the wicket to the left-handed Benjamin. As he continues, a flighted delivery. Benjamin is forward, playing it back along the pitch. The bowler feels his own bowling, no run. So he has a slip in, and he has a man at point, cover, short extra cover mid-off. He's another flighted delivery that is Benjamin is coming forward, and Harris is quickly across in that short mid-wicket position, no run. To end the fielding, there's a mid-on. He's on the 30-yard circle, a short straight mid-wicket. Markan again is not afraid to flight. He's been flighting those deliveries, trying to tempt Benjamin. Benjamin is playing that one defensively, no run. He has a deep mid-wicket and a man at backward square. That's the feel for Markan. And Farrell is just telling the man at short extra cover that he's getting a little bit close. Wants him to just back off a little bit. Again, another delivery that is flighted to the left-handed Benjamin, that he just comes quietly down, plays it into the onside field. He's on 1 of 9, no run. We win the 20th over of play, 63 for 5. Here is he flighting again and can't beat that fielder at cover. And again, there is no run.
So good morning to Cleve Joseph. They know sent his greetings.
Morning, Cleve. Cleve was one of those players for Antigua and Barbuda that would have done yeoman service. Consistent fast bowler if there was any. Cleve Joseph.
Over.
Seen him around from time to time. This delivery to end the 20th over.
A maiden.
Yep. Played quietly into the offside field. And again, no run. So, 63 for 5 at 20. And this is the bowling so far.
Yeah, I've done it.
4 of the 6 bowlers.
Yeah. I think the
having a
Leewards,
wicket each.
I think the Leewards have got their match up. In fact, the wickets have fell out just very quickly. We come back to that then more.
They've all done.
Armstrong is just really put his hand up here then more.
Yeah, he's been the one player for the Winward Islands who have been able to resist the Leeward Islands bowler. He's been there, not flustered. He's faced 46 deliveries. This delivery, he's trying to play it on the inside. Called through for a single in the end by Benjamin. Again, he was just trying to play it up on the onside. The ball went into his pads.
Needed to. He wanted to play on drive, but he didn't turn the hips enough, really. And in the end, went on the non-strikers end and was rehearsing. Benjamin, 13 years old. It's going to be a good contest here for him.
Here is he facing Andre Peters, who is bowling his leg spin from the northern end. Peters have stayed over the wicket to the left-handed Benjamin. Good to see that. Here we watch as Andre Peters is in, and this one is outside the line of the leg stump again.
Signal wide.
Signal wide, but not taken cleanly by Farrell. And we've seen the reaction by Farrell again, sending the man back on the boundary. And Peters with just a quick quicker delivery outside the line of the off stump of Benjamin. Taken by Farrell, no run.
I'd just like to see Peters just slow it down then more. He's rushing through. You know, just take his time, no hurry. Just have a look at it.
Again, just trying to get one outside the line of the off stump. Just a little bit, again, a little bit too, probably bowling a little bit too quickly for my liking. Andre Peters, the Leeward Islands vice captain. Better delivery. Just trying to bowl that leg spin delivery to the left-handed Benjamin, who's playing it quietly. No run.
Andre Peters, the son of Orlando Peters.
Yes.
And
folks who would have followed Leewards and West Indies and cricket would have heard the name of Orlando Peters. So.
And his father was a very good cricketer as well too. Denmore, Ferdy Peters.
Yes. Somebody he's been around. He's from a cricketing family. Andre Peters from out there in the Bowlands region. We say good morning to the folks round south who might be listening to us. If you're looking for somewhere to go and somewhere to, take a drive for a Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, come up to Coolidge Cricket Ground and have a look on the cricket, even for a few minutes.
I'll give you a little story on Peters then, well.
Here we watch as Markan, first delivery, flighted outside the line of the off stump, no run.
Andrew Peters, Orlando Peters' dad, I can remember, bought him at an early age a bowling machine and set up a little pitch in his garage yard there years ago when Orlando started at the under 15 level, stayed in the onside there by Armstrong delivery.
Yep. I think the dad was one of those lucky guys that had a win in the local lottery.
Yes, he did.
And was able to, create the situation where his son, Orlando Peters, got the opportunity to really work on his cricket.
Had a couple of stints in England as well too.
Certainly.
And at the early age. I think the first time I would have coached Orlando Peters at the under 15 level. The next year, got a scholarship to go to England.
Yes, he went to school for a little while in England. Here we watch as this is Markan around the wicket. Another slightly flighted delivery. The batter in Benjamin doesn't seem very aggressive. Was just easing forward and playing quietly into the offside field. No run.
He's got good temperament in terms of his defense, Denmore. One thing that you can look about Benjamin, he's not trying to play anything too elaborate.
He's another delivery. They're going to take trouble. Yeah, they take off, but the throw comes to the wicket-keeper's end. And I thought that the fielders were just a little bit lethargic there as that one went into the onside region, and then the fielders were late to react, and then Armstrong recognizing that and called through what ended up being a good single in the end. Here is a flighted delivery outside the line of the off stump. There is he's out stumped. A good bit of work there by Caris Farrell. He was flighted and just overbalancing was Armstrong on that occasion. The bails were taken off in a flash, and umpire O'Geese raises his index finger. It's now 67 for 6 at the end of over number 22. Armstrong
let's look at
is
it
gone.
again, Denmore. Let's see what happens.
Flighted delivery, yes. We look and we see the leg just dragging forward, lifting, and
that was sharp.
Yep, sharp bit of work there.
That right foot. I think he went searching for that time, and he went off balance.
Yep. Like I said, he overbalanced, overbalanced a little bit, raised that leg, and the bails were whipped off in a flash. And I think a good, when you look at it, a very good decision given by umpire O'Geese without the help of anything upstairs.
But just look at Jason DeWiz. That's what I'm telling you. That was brilliant. Look at it. Look at it. He was off,
up in the air.
That's beautiful decision.
Beautiful decision. Good work.
Excellent work, Jason.
By the folks who are assisting us here. Good.
Jason the Wiz.
Yes, he is. He's really doing some good work. Here is this delivery by Andre Peters, played defensively into the offside field.
Charles has come out. Then more.
67 for 6.
So Benjamin is on strike and he's joined by Charles.
Run, Charles.
Andre Peters flighting one and is played again by the left-handed Benjamin defensively, just dropping it at his feet. Wicket keeper Farrell from behind the stumps does the fielding, no run. So the Leewards certainly in charge of this first one. Again, beaten outside the line of the off stump, or played away into the offside field by Benjamin. No run. So pretty much two new batters at the crease, even though Benjamin has faced 22 deliveries. He's only scored a single. And Charles is yet to face. So the Leeward Islands would feel that they are certainly on top of the Winward Islands at this stage. Do you think that the Leewards would be hoping to go for the jugular, try to out the Winwards for less than 100?
That should be the
Benjamin is driving
concept.
pleasantly and gets a good run, beating Harris, who is tumbling in that short extra cover position. And Harris has been in the field, exciting in the field all day. And he's looking disappointed that he didn't stop that one at that position. That's the type of intensity that he's had. We get the first opportunity to see Charles as he faces Andre Peters, and he gets a quicker delivery from Peters that he's just forcing away on the onside, and there is no run. Brings up the end of Peters' over. At the end of it, 68 for 6. 68 for 6. Not a good scorecard so far for the Winward Islands. Just the 32 from Armstrong, the mainstay. 205472 sounds like a Winward Islands phone number. And just the 32 there from Armstrong making the difference. And they're hoping that with the rest of the batters to come, that scorecard can improve. Here we see one is driven back and is out caught and bowled. Benjamin just driving one back to Markan, who took a nice smart catch. Ball driven back to him. That's the end of Benjamin. Winward Islands losing their 7th wicket. They're now 68 for 7.
very soft dismissal there from Benjamin, the wicketkeeper, 13 years old. The vice captain Caleb Charles just indicating to him, come on, why did you give it away like that? So it's all happening here. Dylan John comes out to replace Benjamin.
So John and Charles at the crease.
Charles is the vice captain. Caleb Charles, fast bowler. And Dylan John, another fast bowler, turning out. 14 years old from St. Lucia, Caleb Charles. And you look around here, Denmore, you see that the Windward Islands they're falling down.
Yes, they are. They're in trouble. And here we watch as Markan is in. Another flighted delivery outside the line of the off stump. No run. Markan has been flighting those deliveries. Not afraid at all to give it a little bit of air. We watch as here we see again. Flighted. This time the batter is looking to probably sweep it away, not making contact. The ball just went into the body, fell away on the onside, no run.
Dylan John, another young fast bowler from Dominica, 15 years of age. He'll have to bat first here.
He was marking. They're going to get a run as this one is struck away into the offside field. Just stopping it with his boot is the fielder coming around from point into a cover region. Just a single. So John gets off the mark. Charles yet to score. Comes into strike. 69 for 7. We win over number 24. And this one is struck away. It was flighted and given the hit by Charles, who
Caleb
had,
Charles.
yeah, Caleb Charles, who wasn't going to have any of that. He did high over the top of the fielder at mid-off and picked up a boundary.
So a welcome boundary for the Winward Islands in the context of the game. And Caleb Charles from St. Lucia, 14 years old, the vice captain of the team.
Markan is in again, and he's in this one out and 4 runs. I thought Williams there on that occasion should have done a lot better. Probably should have even tried to make it into a catch because it was coming at him out in the deep. So 2 boundaries to end the over. As we see again, William just getting himself in some trouble there and couldn't stop the boundary. And at the end of it, 77 for 7. Charles goes quickly on to 8 of 3 deliveries. And after 24 overs, the Winward Islands is 77 for 7.
Yeah, pretty early days here. Run rate of 3.21. The toss won a long time ago by Caris Farrell. The Leeward Islands deciding that they were going to bowl first, a decision which has worked out well so far.
Here is this delivery from the start of Andre Peters' new over. None for 7 so far after 4.1 overs. Here is he getting a delivery that the batter John is just playing defensively back along the pitch, no run. So Andre Peters. Here is he in. Quicker delivery once more. The batter just coming down hurriedly onto that one, playing it into the offside field, no run. Say good morning to all those who are following our coverage from Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua. This delivery is bringing the batter forward and he's able to play it defensively. Just a little bit of excitement there from Caris Farrell.
In fact,
Stop to stop, all right, Andre.
Denmore, a lot of the game between Ghana and Barbados and Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago has been delayed.
Yeah, there's actually there was a lot of rain in Jamaica yesterday. I know that the boys and girls champs was delayed as well because they had rain in the area, rain around the area in Jamaica, and we were told that the weather in Guyana for the next 6 days or so, it's forecast to have heavy rain. So we'd be happy if they get play in any of those 2 conditions there.
Yeah, I was looking at the champs.
Oh, yes, Andre.
Shania Douglas.
That is
Yeah, she really
just lit up
the scene.
track. It's going to be crazy for Carifta in Grenada.
Yep.
Denmore this weekend.
Should be if she's gonna be there, because sometimes we see some of those athletes in the champs, they don't feature in the Carifta team. Such is the quality all around in Jamaica. But if no doubt, if she's going to be at champ, she's going to be the talk of the town. She's going to be one to look out for. I'm hoping too that the Carifta champion on the 17 from St. Lucia last year, that she's better. Here is this delivery that is struck away at the start of Markan's new over by John. As a matter of fact, by Charles, and it brings up the 80th run, 84-7. Here we watch as this is Markan in, and this one is swung away over the Squalag region for 6 runs.
The first maximum of the day.
First maximum of the day, and it was again a flighted delivery but offline by Markan, and going with it is John. Just had a good swing at it, cut full bat onto it, and he picked up himself 6 runs. 86 for 7. Here we watch as here it is, another delivery. And he's back and playing this one down almost onto his stumps there. There was a little bit of excitement there shown by the player there, by Carice Farrell. Farrell just motioning to the fielder at that long off position, just wants it in a couple of paces. Markham is in, and this delivery again cutting back at the batter John.
Much better delivery there for Markham Denmore. Bowling the ball into the surface.
Here we watch again. Here is he in and flighted, and this one is banged away into the offside field. They get one. Looks like all they will have, as there was a sweeper on the cover boundary, and the batters are able to come through for another run. 87 for 7. 10 is Charles off 5. 9 is John, and he's hit the only 6 we've seen so far in this game. Here is he flighted and bowled. So Markham, after being struck for 2 fours in the last over by Charles, again this time he defeated him with the flight. Charles' eyes lit up when he saw that one flighted again from Markham, looking to give himself room to hit it somewhere over the mid-wicket region. Missed it completely. The ball cannoned into his stumps, and the Leeward Islands are jubilant. They've celebrated. They're now gotten the 8th wicket. It's now 87 for 8.
This one.
And Markham gets another wicket. He's now 4 wickets for 20 runs.
So another new batsman comes out.
Williams.
Hamoud Williams. It's all happening here. It's happening fast then, Mo.
Yep, it's happening fast. If you just look at this one again, just look at the wicket. You see, really flighted. And that one pitched and turned. Pitched on or about leg stump and turned towards middle stump. He was looking to go over the mid-wicket region. The Charles missed it completely, and he was bowled. Here we see Peters again ready to start a new over, forced away into the offside field. No run. Not the type of batting display that the Winward Islands would have had in mind. 87 for 8 at this stage. Andre Peters, and this one again going past the wicket keeper and down to the boundary. 4 byes once more. So again, Farrell not reading that one from Andre Peters. Not skipping, not getting in line. The ball beating the bat and beating him, and going down to the boundary for 4 byes. So wicket-keeper Marquis Farrell. This one is struck away hard out to the long-off region and beats the fielder into the boundary for 4. So John is having a go. 95 for 8 is the total. Andre Peters just pitching that one right up to him, and he hit that one straight back past him and hit it very hard. There's a field on the long off boundary, but he couldn't stop it, and it crashed into the boundary out there for 4. Peters in again to John, and one that he's bowling hard into the pitch. John on the back foot looking to force it away. No run. Fielder that extra cover. So he still has a slip in place, Andre Peters. Here we watch as this is a flighted delivery that is struck away out to the mid-on, long-on region, and the fielder is there. They come through for a single.
Yeah.
96 for 8.
Over number 27 being bowled.
Yep, and it's been bowled by Andre Peters. 14 runs off his 5.5 overs so far.
You'd love to get into that wicket column very early. It's a
Here we
beautiful
see
delivery.
with a delivery that is driven pleasantly out all along the ground to that fielder who seems very far away on that deep extra cover boundary.
Ali,
And the batters are able to come through for a run.
So
97 for 8 at the end of over number 27.
yeah.
As we look at the batting card, Lewis tragically run out for 232 for Armstrong. LaVey didn't score, got a golden duck. Davis 5-4 for Justin. Joseph got 7 and Benjamin 2. And Charles, the last man, out. He made 10. 14 is John and Williams is on 1. So 97 for 8. Markan is going to continue and he's going to be bowling to Williams. Here is he getting Williams coming across almost Courtney Walsh-esque, playing a defensive shot into the offside field, and there is no run. Markan is in and he's beaten outside the line of the off stump and out stumped by wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper there, as he was just pulling him, literally pulling him out of his crease with that delivery that was flighted. And Markan continues to bowl well, and he's going to get his 5th wicket. Springer, as we see again, we just have a look as this delivery flighted short of a length, the batter just coming down the track and well out of his crease and almost just got stuck there when wicketkeeper Farrell whipped the bails off, and the 9th wicket has gone down. Markan celebrates the 5 wickets, now 5 wickets for 20 runs.
Yeah, Winward Islands won't be too pleased with their batting performance so far. 97 for 9. Everybody seems to be in a hurry. Armstrong, really, he was the only person who looked very comfortable. 32 from 52 balls. Seems like a long time ago.
Seemed to be a long time ago when we had that, and the Leeward Islands would be feeling pleased about themselves. I would hope that if they're able to dismiss the Winward Islands for a small score, that the batters would then come out and back up the good bowling that we've seen so far. Markan would be hoping that with the tail ender, who is Charles, that is in, that he can wrap the things up. Here is he in. Flighted delivery offline, and it's dropped in that mid-wicket position. The ball was struck in the air. The fielder reached up into the air with one arm to try and pull it down. Wasn't able to hold on. Captain comes across, just gives him a word of comfort that I've got you still, and they're able to get a run. So it was just out of the reach, couldn't hold on. Here is this delivery that's driven at, and he's gonna get past that fielder in that mid-wicket position. He's looking to rush back for a second run. Is Charles wanting that second, sent back. 199 for 9 is the total.
I think it's France who dropped that one, Denmark.
Yes, he was
Number 21.
reaching up in the air for it and just couldn't hold on to it in that region there.
Is that a France or Prentice? It looks like just that. Might be 20.
Number
Prentice,
27,
number
yes.
Prentice is who dropped
Prentice
that.
is the one that dropped that one. Let me just see one player just coming across, speaking to umpire, just wanting to probably go off, maybe.
Ali coming off the field, I think.
Yep.
You know,
Not sure.
in the trial game over Bullets Sports Club, Denmore, he had a slight groin injury. So I don't know if he maybe might have jarred something, and maybe the coach is just trying to be as cautious as possible. 99 for 9.
So we see it's going to be Charles who's going to take strike. John leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Not missing any action. We've just had a slight hold up in play. We're ready to go now. Again, Charles.
I think this will be run Charles now. Who's just come to the crease because there are 2 Charles in the team.
Here is he again hitting this one in that mid-wicket position in the air. Again falling short of the fielder at that short mid-wicket position, and he's able to get another run.
100 up for the Winward Islands.
100 for 9. The Winward Islands in over number 28 with John on 15 and Charles on 2. Ron Charles on 2. This is Markan, who's had 5 for 22 so far in his 5.5 overs. Here is he in. Another flighted delivery that is down the leg side, beating the wicket keeper, and is running down to the what ended up being the 3rd man position, and they're able to come back for 2 and wide signal as well. So he's going to have to bowl that one again. So 3 more runs to the Winward Islands. 103. It goes up to 103 for 9.
Couple of hours time then more. We have the second ODI match being played at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium.
Here is this one hit away into the mid-wicket region for a run. So just one more. So the total at the end of over number 28, the Winward Islands have gone on to 104. 104 for 9. A couple more of the spectators. Elaine and her mum.
And Miss Barbara Arundel as well.
And Barbara certainly loves her cricket.
Yeah. Going to come out and support any cricket, then more.
Yep.
It is local cricket, West Indies cricket, youth cricket, women's cricket. They're always there.
They find a way to be here, which is really good. Here we watch as Andre Peters is bowling a delivery that again the batter is looking to turn on the onside. It comes down to a 3rd man region for a leg by. Not certain why Farrell though doesn't seem to be reading Andre Peters.
Because I think that he's rising too early. If you check his left foot then more, it's almost on the line of the middle stump. And he's not comfortable in his wicket keeping stats. He needs to get wider so he can have a more solid base.
So we watch as he's in. Again, just almost rising before the ball is delivered is Farrell, the wicket keeper. That one was driven back along the pitch. Andre Peters feels his own bowling. No run. Slow it down, I would say, to Andre. Here is the bowling one that the batter is forward and driving almost as if he's playing it to a fast bowler. Needs to just pull that length a little bit back. Here is he bowling one into the pitch, and the batters get an easy single as they just ease it into the offside field to the left of that fielder standing at extra cover.
Aiden Williams.
And they come through for what is an easy one in the end.
They have to be clinical now then more. They have to be able to make
they would
sure
want
that
to wrap
execute.
they would want to wrap the innings up, not allow the Windwards to get too many more. 106 for 9. His delivery struck and got past a tumbling Andre Peters. Probably not the best effort we've seen from him in terms of trying to stop that one. One more to the total.
I just don't know why then more, but I know you came up with an era, right? Bowlers have to understand that they are part of the fielders as well too.
Here we watch as this one is bowled into the pitch and beating the batsman, the batter, and the ball going into the gloves of the wicket keeper. And there was no run. End of over number 29, 107 for 9 here at Coolidge.
Yeah, torrid time here for the Winward Islands, who were inserted way this morning when Caris Farrell, the Leeward Islands captain, won. Let's look at the bowling figures so far. Winward Islands would have lost 1 for 4, 2 for 4, 3 for 28, 4 for 37, 5 for 61, 6 for 67, 7 for 68, 8 for 87, and 9 for 97. And Markram, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 27 runs, 5 wickets, starts his 7th over.
And hits the way over the square leg region for another maximum. That looks to be 6 runs. So Markan strained to the tail ender John, and he went with it, hit it hard, and got it over the square leg region, which is a pretty long boundary today. And he was able to get another maximum. Takes the total on now to 113 for 9.
Don't think John would love to hear you say that then. Well, he's the vice captain of the team and he's being considered an all-rounder.
So all-rounder John faces as he is Markan, flighting and hitting over mid-wicket, 6 more. That one was much better. It was flighted to him and he just gave it the treatment, didn't try to keep it down, hit it hard over the mid-wicket region, 6 more runs. 119. The total has gone on 2 for 9. A little bit of a fight back here by the Winward Islands vice captain, John. He moves quickly to 29 of 23 deliveries, and he's putting bat to ball against Markan. Here's Markan in. One that is bowled into the pitch, and John is looking to force it away through the offside. There is Harris once more in the way.
Putting his body on the line there.
Yes, putting his body on the line. Just taking that one as it took a bounce as it got to him.
Testing times here for Markham.
Markham in. And he's gone with it again. 6 more. That one was well struck by John, who saw the flight, came forward to it, got to the pitch of it, and again hit it over a wide-ish long-on position. 6 more runs.
That is a good cricket shot, Denmore. He went straight and he went far over Williams into the dugout of the Winward Islands.
This is Markan in, and one that John is hitting hard out to the long-off fielder. Comes in off the boundary. They're able to come through for a run.
And now John is top scoring Denmore.
Yes, he's
Gone up to 37.
gone on to 37. 100.
In fact, 36.
36.
We're giving him an extra run.
36. 126 for 9. So a little bit of a fight back here by the Winward Islands. Here is this delivery, beating the batters outside the line of the off stump, spinning past him and into the gloves of wicket keeper Marquis Farrell, and there is no run. 30 overs have gone. The Winward Islands, they are on 126 for 9, with John on the go on 36 of 26 deliveries. Still in bright sunshine here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. Leeward Islands, they won the toss this morning, and 126 for 9. They inserted the Winward Islands. The Winward Islands having a struggle for most of the time, but some rear guard action here by the vice captain in John, who's top scored now with 36 runs. And still there, still at the crease. He's on strike now. As we see, France is back. And he's hitting this one in the air over the top of extra cover. It falls safely and he's able to come through for a run. So 127 for 9. He gets his 37th run is John. Just coming down to have a word with Charles. And Farrell is hoping that France can come back and do the clean-up job. Just look to finish off the Winward Islands. The Winward Islands are still hoping that they can hang on and get a few more runs, put themselves back in this game. Here is France in, and this delivery is driven down the offside field, and there is no run. So the Leeward Islands side today, they've won the toss and elected to field first. And they've left out of their side today. Delivery from France that is driven up on the inside, no run. Akez France, they have left him out. He's listed as a right-hand leg spin. Dante Odlum, who is my nephew, they've left him out today, right-arm fast bowler. And Ian Jeremiah, right-arm off spin. Those are the three players left out of the Leeward Islands squad for today. Here is France in, and this delivery is driven again by Charles up on the onside, can't score. So 4 deliveries gone so far in this over. Just a single coming off the first delivery. France, the fast bowler. This delivery is struck away into the square leg region. A little bit of a misfield, allowing them to come through for another run. 128 for 5. We're in the 31st over of 50. So still 19 overs to go after this delivery. So in terms of overs, the Windwards still have overs, but they're just down to their last wicket pair. Here is France in to Charles, and Charles is looking to John, correction, and John is offering a shot outside the line of the off stump, is looking to cut that one somewhere past point. Doesn't make contact. End of the over. 128 for 9 after 31 overs. The Leeward Islands winning the toss this morning and inserting the Winward Islands.
Quick.
So some 31 overs have been bowled. You look at the scorecard. Lewis 2, Armstrong 32, Lavia North, Davis 5, Justin 4, Joseph 7, Benjamin 2, Charles 10. John is now at 37 from 28. So far Williams 1 and Charles and 4. Extras 24. Something that the Leeward Islands will have to improve on then more.
And John has, yes, the extras. Especially the wicket keeper to the spinners. We've seen at least 8 buys go by, just him not just reading the spin bowler. So he's brought back Aidan Williams. Is that Williams?
Yes, Aidan Williams back for his 5th over. 1 for 15 so far.
Here is Williams in, and this delivery striking the batsman on the pad, and he's out leg before. Looked pretty straight on the line of middle stump, and once that one would have struck him full, I don't think that the umpire there in Shackles had any other choice but to give him out. But just looking at it, maybe just a little bit fortunate in that decision there. But the Leeward means that the Winward Islands, they've been bowled out for 128. 128. The Leeward Islands would need 129 for victory. We can just review the Winward Islands scorecard. Lewis run out James for 2. Armstrong caught Caris Farrell off Markham for 32 of 52 deliveries. Lavia was caught Farrell off Adonai Ali, a first ball duck. Davis caught Isaiah Harris off Miller for 5. Justin was bowled by Williams for 4. Joseph caught Williams bowled Markham 7. Benjamin caught and bowled Markham for 2. Charles bowled Markham 10. John was left not out on 37 of 28 deliveries. Williams stumped Caris Farrell off Markham for 1. And Charles LBW Williams for 4.
So I'll give you the bowling figures then, one, just to let you know that lunch will be taken. So for our viewers and listeners who are in the coverage, Adonai Ali, he would have bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, 1 wicket. And then you would have also had France.
Yes.
Yep, would have had 5 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, no wicket. Elijah Miller, 4 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Aidan Williams, 4.1 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, 2 wickets. Andre Peters, 7 overs, no maidens, 17 runs, no wickets. And Mark Ram, remarkable figure so far, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 46 runs, 5 wickets. The Windward Islands lost wickets 1 for 4, 2 for 4, 3 for 28, 4 for 37, 5 for 61, 6 for 67, 7 for 68, 8 for 87, 9 for 97, and in the end, bowler for 128. Extras 24, 31.1 overs. Never really got any partnerships going there.
Never really got partnerships. Just right at the end there, where they had 29 runs. It looks like right at the end for that 10th wicket might have been the best in terms of partnership that they've been able to put together. But they lost wickets consistently throughout their innings, and none of their batters really got going. Armstrong showed a little bit of promise at the top. Never really got into his stride as he might have wanted to. I thought it started to go south from Lewis's run out early, unnecessary in the early stages of the innings, when clearly there was not a run on, and he just ran down the pitch and didn't even make an effort to get back. And from the time he was out, it was in terms of losing wickets for the Winward Islands. But they have the 128 runs on the board, and we will see what the response will be from the batters of the Leeward Islands.
So on behalf of the 360 team, Denmore Roberts and myself, we'll be back in 25 minutes' time as lunch is available.
And welcome back to sunlit Coolidge Cricket Grounds. We're about to see the reply of the Leeward Islands after they inserted the Winward Islands this morning and were able to bowl them out for 128 all out. 128 all out behind a 5-wicket haul from Markan, and the Leewards means that the Leewards need 129 for victory. 129 for victory for the Leeward Islands, and we will see what the approach will be for the Leeward Islands in this encounter as we look to see what will be the approach of the Leeward Islands batters. The Windward Islands, no doubt they're going to look to come and try to be as effective as it was in terms of the way that they were treated by the Leeward Islands bowling. And so they would have to come and also bowl well. The players are back out on the field. The Winward Islands just probably a little bit late in getting back onto the field of play. The Leeward Islands batters already out in the middle. And we see the openers for the Leeward Islands wearing the number 10 and the number 11 for the Leeward Islands. So we see is Caris Farrell and Deshaun James, the two openers for the Leeward Islands. Farrell with the number 10 and James with the number 11. And they are out in the middle. Looks as if it's going to be James who's going to take first strike, and the first order of business is to try and have a positive start for the Leeward Islands. They need 129 runs to get, as Springer would say, in 300 deliveries. Sounds like it should be a formality on paper, but again, we know that it's youth cricket, and stranger things have happened, and so we will see how the Leeward Islands batters are able to approach this one. The Winward Islands, they're going to start with Joseph, the number 20. Joseph is going to start. Joshawn Joseph, the fast bowler, and he's going to be starting from the southern end here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the end where he's running away from us in the commentary position, and it's going to be a good afternoon's cricket. He has 2 slips in. His third man is pretty wide. He has a man at point, extra cover, mid-off, as we see the first delivery in, and it's played away into the point region. There is no run. So first delivery, that is. Probably just keeping a little bit low, and James just stood there on the back foot and played it into the offside field, and there is no run. So Deshaun James, he's listed here as a wicket keeper, but we'll see. Here is he in, and he gets a full pitch delivery that he's driving up on the onside. Should get the first run of the Leeward Islands' innings, and he does. As the fielder, who is at that short mid-on position, a little bit wide, couldn't stop it. The fielder running around from mid-off. Does the fielding, 1 to the total. So the Leeward Islands are on their way, 1 without loss in the first over. Over being bowled by Joshawn Joseph, the number 20 at his back. Says fast bowler for the Winward Islands. Here is he now in, and this one is played away into the offside field. Caris Farrell, who kept wicket today for the Leeward Islands, gets his first run as he was guiding it down to a short backward point position. Strolled through for the second run of the innings. So both batters are off the mark. Here is Joseph. Goes past umpires in and gets a delivery that is driving. He's going to get a single out to the mid-off region. The fielder standing at mid-off, having to move to his left, allowing the batters to come through for a quick run.
Couldn't help Denmore but looking to see that Joseph is also bowling to a 7-2 field. Got a mid-on very close. He's got 2 slips, a gully, cover, extra cover, wide third man. So the control here would be anywhere around the line of the off stump.
Yes, his delivery on the line of the off stump, and just played it quietly into the offside field, and there is no run. Here is Joseph in, down the leg side, and just helped on its way by the batter, and should pick up the first boundary for the Leeward Islands. So it was a delivery that was straight down the leg side to Caris Farrell. He just helped it on his way, and it went down to a fine leg position and into the boundary for 4. So the Leeward Islands gets their first boundary of their innings, and has taken the total on to 7 without loss at the end of over number 1.
No, the reason why I indicated to you, Denmore, of Joseph starting with a 7-2 field was because of that delivery that was being bowled there. Sometimes you have to give, especially at this youth development stage level, a balanced field, you know, rather than a Denmore Roberts who is already played 14, 15 seasons, who can come and bowl at this kind of control. And so sometimes as coaches and teachers, we have to be able to sometimes go to the basics where, you know, we get guys into that progression stage. rather than just saying, hey, listen, we're giving you the ball to a 7-2 field and we have everybody on the offside. You know, they're learning. They're waking up in a different competition. Sometimes school competition starts 2 o'clock in the afternoon. These guys would have been maybe up since morning. It's a whole different atmosphere, different culture, different settings.
Certainly. Lots to think about in the context of cricket and the way that things go.
We are starting now. John, who top scored earlier for the Winward Islands.
It would have ended probably with a little bit of momentum. So he would hope that it would continue into his bowling. Here is John, outside the line of the off stump. Just watching it go by is James into the gloves of the wicket keeper.
And this is what we were talking about, Denmore. This is a 6-3 field, which is a lot more balanced than automatically bowling to a 7-2 field. Dylan, John.
Yep. I'm just looking to see who the wicket keeper is.
Benjamin,
yes.
13-year-old Benjamin.
Here we watch as John delivering his cutting bat at the right-handed batter, playing it into the offside field, and there is no run. Still have a slip in place, so he's still hoping, having a little bit of a attack mixed with a little bit of defense. Not a lot to work with in terms of runs, so you tend to think that the Windwards are going to need consistent wickets as the Leewards did. This one played on the onside and they come through for a quick single and they get it in the end. Played down by James out to that mid-on position, and he took off very quickly. Good response from Caris Farrell, his opening partner, and they were able to get the 8th run of the innings so far.
Understand as well too, Denmore, that John is a very good footballer, and so sometimes he doesn't last too long on the cricket field.
Here we watch as this delivery that is played away into the offside field.
I think you have Farrell facing now, Denmore.
Yes, Caris Farrell facing.
Yeah, number 10.
And there is no run. So just to bring you back up to date with the Winward Islands scorecard. Here is this delivery that is struck away. But there is coverage down. The third man is pretty wide and they're just going to get a single. So after this over, we'll just bring you back up to date with how the Winward Islands did in terms of their scoring. Here we watch as John is going to continue from the far end, the northern end. Not a very brisk run-up. This is short of a length. And looking to force it away off the back foot was James, finding that fielder at point, and there is no run. So, end of over number 2, 9 without loss. James is on 3, Caris Farrell, he's on 6, as the Winward Islands would try to defend what is a relatively small scorecard. They have 128 they made in the innings, and they only batted 31.1 of their 50 overs, something they would want to improve over the length of this bilateral series.
So we looking at Farrell facing Denmore. Deshaun James on the non-strikers end, just cooling out.
So here's Joseph in, and Caris Farrell is coming forward and playing defensively. The ball ballooned off the bat but fell well short of any fielder as it went into the point region. No run. Just a half-hearted push forward there by Caris Farrell. Leeward Islands captain and opening batter. Here we watch as this is the bowler in, and he's hustled into a defensive shot is Farrell. That's Joseph with another delivery. That is just on our line, about the line of the off stump. No run.
Sort of kind of looked like he got into a squared up position. I thought he could have maybe just stayed side on Denmore and just looked to come forward. Just got to play every ball on its merit.
Gets a full toss and he's hitting it over the top of the mid-on region. Didn't time it well, but should have enough to come back for a second run, and they do in the end. I think he wanted to hit that one a lot harder and time it a lot better, probably for a boundary, but he was able to get it over the top of the short mid-on fielder and able to run back for 2 runs, take the total on to 11 without loss in the third over.
Just thought that the mid-on was just a lot too close. Denmore.
Yeah,
I'd prefer for him to be back and walking in. Had it been that close.
Here is he, bowled. Gets one that is angled back at him, and he was just looking probably to try and run it down to third man. Missed it completely, and he's bowled. Caris Farrell is bowled by Joseph, and the Leeward Islands losing their first wicket. They're now 11 for 1.
So he was on the march there, Denmore. If you look at Caris's first movement, played down almost like the wrong line.
Almost down the wrong line.
Gotta be tighter. There's no way they're, it's almost like on a march, really. Just allow the ball to come to you. No need for him. And the Leewards, they've lost their captain very, very, very early. Looks like Andre Peters coming out.
Andre Peters, the batter, coming at number 3 for the Leeward Islands. So we'll see how he's able to bat today. When he bowled Andre Peters, he had 7 overs, no maiden, 17 runs, no wicket. Saw that during his bowling he was probably a little bit too quick. Was bowling a little bit too quickly. Could have slowed down some of those deliveries and might have gotten a better result. But we'll see if he's able to be effective with the bat today at the under 15 level. Here is he facing up, as this is Joseph in outside the line of the off stump, a delivery that touches down and just shapes away from Andre Peters, who's leaning forward, looking at that one, allowing it to go into the gloves of Benjamin behind the stumps. No run. So the Windwards 128 all out behind 37 from the vice captain Dylan John. And they got 32 at the top from Alex Armstrong. Here is Andre Peters. He's playing defensively to a delivery on the line of the stumps from Joseph. And there is no run. Brings up the end of over number 3, over in which the wicket of the captain Caris Farrell went bowled by Joseph. And the Leeward Islands, 11 for 1, chasing 129 for victory.
Yeah, we've seen a flurry of wickets fall here. Almost like a cardinal sin as well, too, in the context. Denmore, teams, this is a 50-over competition. You really want youngsters to be able to graph and bat out the 50 overs. But it's day 1.
First game of the bilateral series. I think that after maybe when they get into it a little bit more, we'll see some of these situations work themselves out. John, first delivery outside the line of the off stump. Leaning forward was James, and then just watching it as it went past his bat into the gloves of wicketkeeper Benjamin. And there's no run. Hello to my friends over there in Dominica, the friends of the football fraternity, President John and all the others over there. Here we watch as this delivery is played back along the pitch by James, and there is no run.
And like we said earlier, Denmore, the West Indies women team will be getting ready in about an hour and a half time to take on Australia in the second ODI.
No doubt they'd be hoping for a better performance.
Maybe just need maybe the captain to maybe spend some time at the crease. 'Cause I think it's going to be important for her really if the West Indies are going to maybe even chase or get any respectable score of note. It was good to see
Stephanie Taylor back in form.
That's her version of the game.
Yeah, but it was really good to see because she hasn't been amongst the rungs for a little while. I was glad to see her back with a century. Happy to see her back there, and just hope that it would have motivated her, recognizing that she still has the ability to be among the top players. I would love for somebody like a Deandra Dutton to find back her form in terms of with the bat. We saw her here at ARG, at CCG, making a very brilliant century. Remember, we were carrying that match.
That seemed like a long time ago then.
Seems like a long time ago, but we know that she has the ability, and that is what I'm just saying, that just to think about those moments when she was at that level and get herself back to that type of level, and maybe a bit more contribution from some of the other females, other ladies. Here we see a delivery that is banged into the pitch by John. James standing up on his back foot, looking to force it away into the offside field. Straight to the field, no run. Just love for some consistency and a little bit more contribution from some of the other females. Just believe in themselves and get the job done. Here we see as it's John in, and this delivery is down the leg side, called wide. Good tumbling save by the 13-year-old wicket keeper. Benjamin looks quite smart as he went across to his left and took that one and then just tumbled over.
Seems to be a diver. You can see that normally sometimes then more when you come around you could see natural keepers. He's not going right down. Because I see that there's a new modern day way of keeping now then more. I know if I was coaching, those stances that I see these days, young keepers are not staying down long enough.
End of the over, 4 overs gone, 12 for 1. The Leeward Islands, remember, they're trying to get to a target of 129. It's just yesterday we were having a discussion. I was watching some Parish League cricket yesterday and ended up in a discussion with some folks, and some of them there was a debate about the modern way of approaching the game and coaching as compared to what we were taught when we were growing up. It's a full toss to the batter in Peters.
The fundamentals are the fundamentals then more. And one of the things I'm sure you picked up, right? I've seen a lot of people standing in front of the stump to try to get a return, or the keeper coming to try to run out somebody. From an early age then more, you got to get behind the stumps, right? Because that's what you want to do. And somebody's trying to justify to tell me it's going to be quicker and shorter. And all I know that the fundamentals of the game are the fundamentals of the game.
Here is this delivery that is working into the onside field. They go through for a quick single and they get it. In the end, it was a strong throw at the wicketkeeper, the wicketkeeper's end. No direct hit, so the batters were able to come through for a run. Andre Peters
once you're
off the mark.
Sorry, Denmo. Once you're a wicketkeeper, you have to have a strong core. And if you're just taking a shortcut, most of the times then more balls are going to go down. So if you're already in an up position, how are you going to be able to catch a ball that is going to be dying in front of you?
Here is this delivery outside the line of the off stump. The batter not really moving his feet, just come across and having a push at it. Ball going into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. There were some argument yesterday too about the idea of coaches speaking about still getting your left leg and or your right leg close to the delivery when you're playing certain strokes. And they're saying in the modern day now, this delivery is helped away and down the leg side, down to a fine leg position, go straight to the fielder, so they're just going to get a single. There was some talk that is saying that you don't need your feet as close as before. Once it's within your eye line, and the way that people play now, once you get it within your range, you can always have a go at it.
So you see why we're having early games, right?
And then
because people are not willing to graph. Most batsmen today, Denmo, don't defend, because that is exactly what they're being coached about, to just hit the ball. But it comes a time in cricket when you have to respect a good ball, Denmo, and to be able to know that I have to defend Denmo's best ball, rather than trying to see if I can whack the ball out of the park. And most batsmen today can't defend. That's why you have so many batsmen around the world. When you look around, you just bowl the ball consistently on the stump and you see what happens.
So thinking, a modern thinking as the game moves on. Here is this delivery that is driven. It's nicely driven, but it's driven straight to the fielder, standing at extra cover, so he can't score. That was Peters. He timed it well, but hit it straight to the fielder. The end of another over. 5 overs gone. 14 for 1. Remember, the target is 129. That's what the Leeward Islands need if they're going to have victory in the first of this 5-match bilateral series played against the Windwards on the 15th.
But I'll say to you then more that the game is now turned into almost like a slavery for bowlers. Because when you look at the tracks that are sometimes being prepared, you look at, for example, IPL, you know that it's really about being a batsman's game. With all of these rules, impact play, all that stuff there. So a bowler is almost like a slave.
Yesterday we saw in the IPL in the first match, 201 being chased down in 15 overs. Remarkable. Here's this delivery. Played away in the onside. They're going to get 2 runs. As the ball going deep into the square leg region. Just getting on top of it and working it was James. And picked up 2 easy runs. 16 for 1 in over number 6 being bowled by John. John into his 3rd over. 2 overs. 2.1 overs or 5 runs so far. Delivery is driven up on the back past the bowler. Good fielding there by the fielder, rushing around from that mid-on position, stopping the possibility of a single. Andre Peters was interested in the single. No run. Score remains on 16 for 1.
One thing about the Winward Islands, mid-on and mid-off fielders, they are a lot more closer as compared to the Leewards, who are a lot more deeper and started from way back.
Delivery that is played defensively. The onside, no run.
I think the Winward Islands trying to put some pressure, soak up and really get some early wickets, especially in the power play. They've got 1 so far.
Here is John, and again that is driven out on the onside. But the fielder that is at mid-on is quick, so he moves around quickly to his right, prevents the possibility of a run.
Hope that James doesn't get frustrated more. He has to control his emotions. That's okay. Most important thing is that he's here.
He had a little sign there of frustration, thinking that he has played those deliveries well and still didn't score. Easy getting on top of a short of a length delivery, punching it into the extra cover region, no run.
It is important for Andrew Peters and the non-strikers in to say to him, keep going.
So there's a slip, there's a 3rd man, there's a man at point, then there's cover, extra cover, mid-off. Mid-on, short, straight mid-wicket. The man down on the fine leg boundary. Here is he flashing at 1 outside the line of the off stump, but missing. Through to the wicket keeper it goes, and there is no run. Brings up the end of over number 6. At the end of it, Leeward Islands, they're 16 for 1.
So John has started impressive so far. If you look at the context of the game, then more. He's bowled 3 overs, not for 5, 16 for 1. And the target is 129. really, for the Windward Islands, their job would be to get as much wickets as possible. That's going to be their main objective. Once a good afternoon to the folks in Grenada, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in St. Lucia. Everybody who's also glued to the YouTube channel or maybe have screened it up on their television, as well as listening to it, maybe just moving around in your car, via the radio.
New over has started. This delivery is played defensively into the offside field. Again, the Leeward Islands battling. Peters can't score. Joseph continues 1 for 11 so far in his 3 overs. So he's about to. He started his 4th over. And over number 7. He looked steady so far. Joseph is in, short of a length, and getting on top of it is Andre Peters, playing it into the offside field again. No run.
Bowling some more or less some cutters then more. Varying his pace as much as possible. Every now and again he maybe tries a new feature.
He's at his mark, turns. Begins to move in, right arm over the wicket. And again, Andre Peters, just in a defensive frame of mind, plays this one quietly along the pitch. Joseph fields his own bowling. There is no run.
Very good cricket surface produced here by the folks at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And I think commendation has to go to the staff here, because not only do they have to deal with the practice areas then more in the back, but also right here in the middle and also on the side, to be able to get everything up and running. And they do this consistently, almost like 7 days a week.
Certainly the ground staff, and they had some work yesterday, the ground staff, because we had rain in certain parts of Antigua and Barbuda yesterday. There are folks watching and listening to us. David Hutchinson says I'm in England. Has there been no...
He's out caught behind them more.
He's out caught behind. Andre Peters.
No movement of the feet there. Lovely outswinger. Caught on the crease. And a good catch by Benjamin.
Yeah, and I was just saying that Joseph has been consistent in what he is doing.
Look at it
and
then, you would have missed it.
Yep, we just look again. Here's this delivery. Yes, one just shaped away. Just pulled Andre Peters forward, and good catch behind by Benjamin. Peters goes, and the Leeward Islands losing their 2nd wicket. Peters goes for 116 for 2 in over number 7.
Yeah, 2 of their senior batsmen back in the hut, Farrell and Peters.
I was just saying that David Hutchinson is asking if there is no first-class cricket in the West Indies this season. The first-class encounters starts
April 12th.
April the 12th.
Yeah, right here in Antigua and
in a
Barbuda.
couple of days' time.
We'll be able to give him the schedule of the games.
Yep, we can see
We know Guyana and Trinidad will be coming here in Antigua. So, pretty interesting. See how that will work out.
We'll see how it works out. So, very soon.
Because I think what you have then, you have Barbados traveling down to Guyana. Barbados traveling down to Jamaica. So you will have Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, and the Winward Islands here for the first couple of encounters. Williams comes out then more.
We watch, yes, as here's this delivery. He's edging and getting past the wicketkeeper down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. It wasn't dropped. It dropped before it got to the wicketkeeper, I thought. I didn't think it carried.
Let's hope.
But it was
let's see if your
genuine
eyes
edge.
as good as mine then more. If it did, it stayed down long enough.
Yeah, we'll get that replay just from my hunch, from what I've seen. I just thought that it just might have died before it got to Benjamin.
Look.
Yeah.
He has to catch that then more. But you know why then more? Look where his
Yeah,
left
he
foot
was up.
is. Not only that, his left foot was almost outside the line of the leg stump. If he'd been in the regular keeping position, he'd have been able to nick off. He would have been able to nick that off.
So, first delivery, and do you put it down as a chance?
Well, it didn't go
to hand.
Didn't go to hand, but it was close.
So, it's close. So,
And sometimes you need luck in cricket.
yep, 4 runs to Williams, and it's 20 for 2 the Leeward Islands as we're about to start over number 8. Remember, the target is 129. Here is this one played away into the mid-wicket region, out caught. So James goes. It was a short of a length delivery by John, and almost flicking it into the man at that mid-wicket position. Easy catch straight to him. That's the end of James. Yeah, it was on the stump. He just whipped it into that mid-wicket region. And James goes. Leeward Islands in trouble. Now they're 20-3 in over number 8.
Yeah. 20 for 3. Prentice comes out. Prentice.
Oh, yes, boy, spray your bowling, buddy.
So, Prentice. So you have Damari Prentice coming out then more. And he would have played last season as well. Very accomplished player.
Did play last season.
Yeah, a little nervous. He's a nervous wreck. But if he gets going here today, he's a pretty player.
Here is he getting
could
a
be in
delivery
trouble.
that is out leg before. First delivery was right up to him by John, and he was looking to play it, missed it. The ball crashed into his pads.
Straight ball, Denmo.
Straight delivery, and umpire Ogie sends him on his way. Windward Islands, all over the Leeward Islands. It's now 20 for 4.
Straight ball, Denmo. In fact, it dropped right onto his
Right
ankle.
onto his boot.
I think he's going to have to go Denmo and get checked out. Jason feels that might have been going down, but I thought that was between wicket and wicket, Jason.
And there's some folks on the live stream that says that the angle that we don't have the same angle as the umpire.
I have to respect that.
So,
But based on our vantage point, normally in cricket general, let's look at it again, Denmore.
yeah, we'll
Came
have a
right
look.
across, look Denmore. That's dead Denmore. That would have licked the middle and leg stump out.
And hit him full. And that's the thing. Even though it had some swing on it, I think the fact that it hit him full is going to be the deciding factor there in that one. And so he's back in the pavilion. 20 for 4. Prentice goes first ball, Doc.
All right, so if I have it right, Denmore, we should have Isaiah Harris coming out. We're in the number 8.
He is. It is.
Good.
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
And he comes in with John on a hat-trick. Here is John in to bowl to Harris, and Harris gets a good Yorker length delivery that he digs it out, plays it into the offside field. And
Is
there
that
was
any
no run.
indication as to the delivery before? You see where that was? Right at the stumps, at the base of the stumps. So John is
Same
hurling
type
at-
of delivery.
Same type of delivery.
Trying to get the ball to swing.
And swing late as possible as well too.
Yep.
Come on, boy.
Here we watch it. See, right in that one was swinging in again. And Harris was forward and playing it defensively. Here is he getting one outside the line of the off stump this time. That one just started probably a little bit wider than the other deliveries.
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Harris watches it into the wicket keeper, Isaiah Harris. And there is no run. 20 for 4 in over number 8.
The Winward Islands are moving like green ants. They're closing in on the Leeward Islands. They sense that, hey, if we can put some pressure on this Leeward Islands batting team unit, wide delivery.
Wide delivery, called wide by umpire Auguste. So 21 for 4.
Come on, boy.
Runs on the board is runs on the board, then more.
Yep. Somebody said that too on the on the live stream, and we're happy when we have reactions from the folks who are listening and watching us on this network. It's the Rising Star on the 15 tournament. This delivery, just one that is hit into the pitch by John outside the off stump. Harris not offering a stroke, no run.
First time I saw him then more this year in the trials. He bats for time, takes his time. He's not in a hurry. So if he can maybe spend some time here along with Williams.
Here we see flashing at one outside the line of the off stump, not making contact. Through to the wicket keeper it goes, and there is no run. End of a successful over from John, over in which he got 2 wickets. His card now reads 4 overs, and he's had 2 for 6 runs, and it means that the Leeward Islands in a spot of bother. They are 21 for 4 after 8 overs.
Yeah, 21 for 4. Lovely sunny conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And the sun has come out in its glory. While we might maybe have rain in certain parts of the Caribbean. James caught Justin bowled John for 6. Carries Farrell bowled Joseph for 8. Peters caught Benjamin bowled Joseph for 1. And Prentice was LBW to John without scoring. Extras 2, 8 overs bowled, 21 for 4.
Not a good scorecard to read for the Leeward Islands so far. But the Windward Islands are fighting back after they too had a struggle with the bat.
Joseph 2 for 15.
And he's going to start his 5th over. Here is this delivery outside the line of the off stump. Pushing that left leg forward was Williams. And allowing it to go by into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, no run. And you said he's the son of Stuart Williams.
Yes, Aiden, yes.
So should have some timing somewhere in his bloodline, somewhere there in his genes.
A couple of years ago, he was also in school, private school, along with Carries Farrell in England as well too. Andre Peters also had a stint. Oh,
Here
he's in trouble.
Struck on the pad, and he's out leg before.
Oh, he's in trouble.
That one cut back sharply at him, and he missed it completely, hit in front.
He's in trouble.
And umpire Shackle sends Williams on his way. He's LBW to Joseph for 4, and Leeward Islands 21 for 5.
He's in trouble, Denmore. He's in trouble. Played around a straight delivery. Look at him, Denmore. Oh, caught on the crease.
Yes.
That stride was just not big enough at all.
Big enough at all. And umpire Shekels sends him on his way, and he walks back dejectedly to the dressing room, and the Leeward Islands in further trouble. They are now 21 for 5. Joseph getting his 3rd wicket. He's now 3 for 15. And the folks down the islands in the Windward Islands must be having a very good time now. They should be happier than they were earlier in the morning when the Windward Islands were batting, but they're now firmly on top of the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands in trouble on 21 for 5.
The thing about Joseph Denmore, like I said to you, he's getting the ball to in swing. It also reminds me of Ali, getting the ball to go in and out. You got a hero coming in here, Denmore, left-hander.
Yes, Nicholas Hero. Here we watch. He's a left-handed batter. He faces up now to Joseph outside the off stump. Watches that one into the gloves of wicketkeeper Benjamin. No run.
Nicholas Hero from Nevis Denmore.
Here is Hero facing up to Joseph, and he plays it back along the pitch for Joseph to field his own ball in. And there is no run. Nevis, they have produced quite a number of good cricketers.
Well, I can say to you, outside, come back to that in a while, then more.
He was pushing at one and missing into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, no run.
One of the things that the Ministry of Sports and Ministry of Education have been able to maintain then more, especially in the Leeward Islands, is they've been consistently been able to play the TDC Wanaka Morton primary school cricket competition, which is some of these youngsters, Williams and Farrell and company, would have come out of. So that is still a consistent, and I'm talking about red ball, to the point. They're still playing that. You know, primary school cricket is maybe not being played in a number of countries. I know in Montserrat there's nothing happening, in St. Martin, USBV, even here in Antigua and Barbuda, there's no primary school cricket being played. So if you really want to be able to carry the cricket to the next level, or your youth development cricket, you have to start at the school level. No cricket, no primary school cricket at all being played in Angola.
A lot of work, lots of work to be done, especially in these parts in terms of the youth development.
One has to give a lot of credit to the folks in the Winward Islands who have been
always
able to
found a way. That is one of the things that is one of the things that I have credited the Winward Islands with over the years. Something that I find that they're very consistent with is finding a way to play all tournaments, not just the youth tournaments. The youth, the seniors, the females. They found a way to make it happen, and I think that on the other end, in the Leeward Islands, we too need to find a way to make these things happen. Here is this delivery, Yorker length delivery, tuck out, played into the onside field, and there's no run. We've had too many people come through and have gone to the next level to not have these sort of situations under control. I think when you've produced people like Sir Viv Richards and the like coming out of the Leeward Islands, Sir Curtly Ambrose, Andy Roberts, and Sir Richie Richardson, etc., there's this delivery. There's an appeal, just falling over as he came through with that one is John. The second time I think I've seen him fall to the ground. So he's putting in the effort there in John. I'm just saying, with all who we've produced, the Stuart Williamses and stuff of this world, we need to find in the Leeward Islands a way to have some sort of youth development that we can have consistent cricket and consistent tournaments and consistent opportunity for growth. This delivery outside the line of the off stump from John is allowed to go into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, no run. And if there are people outside of the people who would have made it this end that have ideas as to how we can do it and do it successfully, I think that we need some ideas to come forward so that we can learn, we can put something together and make it happen. Here again, Harris is trying to play one that was angled into him and up on the onside. Ball falls away into the offside field and there is no run.
And it comes down to what you're talking about there more. I mean, we have been around this game for a period of time, around sports in general. The people, you have to put development plans in place, not shortcut development plans. You have to put the right personnel involved.
Harris is going to get a couple of runs here. He's worked this one out on the onside. The ball is pulled up just inside of the boundary. I thought that they could have probably tried for a third run. They settled for two, and they probably have settled for two quite a bit early, quite early, as they just trotted through for 2 runs, so 2 more to the total, and that ball traveled pretty far from the bat, pretty close to the boundary. Had a lot of work to do, that fielder.
Almost look like they could have got 3 then more.
That's what I'm saying. It should have been 3. 23 for 5.
If they were running hard enough.
Delivery down the leg side. Harris was trying to flick it away. The ball going past him into the diving wicketkeeper Benjamin. Wide called by the umpire. So 1 more to the total. 24 for 5 in over number 10. John is back to his mark. Here we watch as John is in, and driving is Harris. Gets it out to the field at the mid-off position. Can't beat him, and there is no run. End of over number 10. Isaiah Harris is on 2. Nicholas Hero yet to score, and the Leeward Islands, they're on 24 for 5.
Yeah, good spell there by Harris at his 5, 2 for 9. Got some spectators who were here, came to support the Winward Islands. You know, we got a big Dominican and St. Vincent population here in Antigua and Barbuda, and you know they're going to come out in their numbers.
We have quite a few Grenadians who live here too, especially in the police force of Antigua and Barbuda. We have lots of Grenadians and Vincentians around, and Dominicans. You know, the Dominicans literally grew up with us here in Antigua and Barbuda. Big population.
Pretty interesting point that you made there, then, because in the police force, you have a lot of police officers from Grenada and St. Vincent, mainly, who came up. And it was just almost like way back when, when you used to have a Leeward Islands police force. You had police officers from Antigua and Barbuda who were circling around the Leeward Islands. So that trend has continued.
Yes, but now the police officers, a lot comes from the Winward Islands to be a part of the police force here in Antigua and Barbuda. They live outside the line of the off stump. Is allowed to go by Hero, and there's no run. 24 for 5. Remember, the target is 129, and the discussion in our area during the break, some of the folks in our production team felt this delivery that is driven, gets it past the diving field at point, and it's going to run pretty close to the boundary. It has the legs to go into the backward point boundary now, and it's 4 runs. Hero would feel a lot better about that. Nicholas Hero. He was driving off the mark, and he left the bat in the air, but he got it to the left of the diving fielder at that backward point position, and he raced into the backward point boundary for 4. No, I was just saying that some of the technical crew were saying that right at the end, Leeward Islands probably made the Windwards make 30 runs too much. Towards the end there, they thought that they could have been a little tighter.
Well, I think what happened is that the approach from John sort of shocked the Leewards to an extent.
It did. They probably underestimated the ability of John, thinking that they're down to the tail end, and we saw Markham flighting some to him almost like a tail ender, and he was struck for 3 huge 6s in that little period there. Here we watch as Hero faces, gets one down the leg side, and diving stop made by the wicket keeper.
One-handed
once more. Yep.
He looks like a goalkeeper then, more.
Yes. And as you said earlier, he seems to be a diver. He likes to dive around on the field, and he's out on a nice green field here at Coolidge Cricket Ground.
13 years old.
Soft undertone, so he's using the opportunity.
I'd like to see him go right down there then, more. Look at him. Shortcut.
Here is Hero again.
Get right down in that stance. Go right down.
Upset with himself because he got a short of a length delivery. Just pushing the bat at it, allowing it to go into the gloves of the wicket keeper. He's thinking that was a delivery that he should have looked to put away. 29 for 5, so exactly 100 needed.
100 singles.
According to Springer, 100 singles needed. Here we watch. This delivery is down the leg side, gone past the wicket keeper. He should run away for 4 byes. Does now 4 wides, correction, as it was down the leg side. Poor delivery, and wicket keeper not skipping across, not getting there, and the ball bouncing past him and running down to that fine leg position for 4. So 5 more runs to the total.
Gotta get your whole body behind the ball, son. We gotta stay side on. Get your whole body. Gotta keep moving all the time. Stay down as long as possible.
34 for 5. Joseph is in and played defensively out into the offside field, and there's no run. Maybe Joseph just getting a little bit tired. He's bowled 6 overs on the trot. At the end of his 6th over, he's got three wickets for 25 runs, and I'm suspecting that might be the last we've seen of Joseph for a little while.
I think when you're the captain, he sensed that, listen, we've got 5 wickets. If I can maybe just get one more. Yeah, there's always that caution in your head then more that, hey, just one. I just feel that I can pull that punch out.
I'm just checking the restrictions. I remember last year there was a limit in terms of
I don't think you can bowl more than
bowlers.
5.
Yeah, a number of overs. 6 periods. 6 overs.
And then the rest
6
period,
of 6 for 60 minutes.
Yeah, and then the rest period will be 60 minutes.
Yeah.
Don't know how you feel. I don't know how you feel about that then more, but I'm saying, hey, we'll have another discussion on that on
another day, maybe another day, another time. So that should be what we see of John, and it comes down 5 overs, 50 minutes, 4 overs, 40 minutes, 3 overs, you get a 30-minute rest period. So we watch. This delivery is played defensively into the offside field by Harris. As you said, he's not a batter to be in any rush, and he shouldn't be in any rush because he has quite a bit. He has 38 more overs to go after this one.
And the context of the game right now will sort of suit Harris anyhow, because he's not a big stroke player. He's a guy who's a grafter more or less.
He's
lost his shape there.
He's trying to drive. Didn't get in line as he should. His left leg was away.
The hands just going.
Yes, the hands going towards the ball, but the feet not following.
Well, not even so much the feet then, more the head didn't go in terms of the line of where he wanted to drive the ball. All that comes down to your biomechanics. Just needs to relax. Just let the ball come to him.
There's an open stance as he's getting delivery that is cut back at him, playing it down on the onside, no run.
And one of the things as Harris looks to go up the ladder is that he has to be able to find a way then more in terms of how he's going to rotate the strike. Either drop and run and get a single, get off strike, because that helps. You can't have a bowler just bowl into you. Got to figure out a way in terms of how do you get a single.
He's facing a delivery that he's playing defensively from John. John in his 6th over as well, so should be his last for a little while.
And then it'll be interesting to see
2
who
for
comes
9
next.
in 5.4 overs. So should flash over to 5.5 in a minute. So it should be probably his last delivery of this spell. Here is he in. And Harris plays defensively into the offside field, and there is no run. Brings up the end of John's 6-over spell, 34 for 5. The Leeward Islands. Isaiah Harris has faced 16 deliveries. He's on 2. Nicholas Hero, he's faced 10. He's on 4. Leeward Islands 34 for 5, needing 129 if they're going to beat the Winward Islands and win this first game.
I hope the folks in the Winward Islands dressing room is paying attention, because that spell that John has just bowled, that was another maiden over. And I think he's taking a break then more. He's going to come off. I think in the last over before when he fell as well too, maybe just get some treatment.
Yeah, he's limping a little bit as he comes off the field. And according to what we have in front of us, he should have a 60-minute break. Not necessarily off the field, but this is an opportunity for him to get a little bit of treatment from the physio before he returns onto the field of play.
So who we have here now then, Mo? Lavia. More or less looks like a medium pacer.
Yes, Lavia with the number 12 on his back, and he's going to come immediately around the wicket to the left-handed hero. Starts with a good delivery.
Straight away, on the money.
Straight away, right on target. Playing defensively is Hero back along the pitch. No run.
Winward Islands attacking still, then more still got the slip in. 2 fielders out. And almost like green ants closing in on the Leeward Island batsman. Ken, all he has to do is just defend. Got to find a way to get a single.
Defend he does is Hero, Nicholas Hero, playing this one into the offside field, no run. Accumulating singles have been something that probably a lot more West Indian batters need to learn how to do. This is a poor delivery down the leg side. They're gonna get 2 in terms of wides. Yep, wide delivery called by umpire Shackles. So 2 more to the total, 36 for 5.
So a conversation needs to take place with Hero and Harris, then more. Got to be looking to back up, because the Winward Island fielders are closing in on them, which means singles are very hard to get. But at the same time, got to be able to put the ball in the gap and get a single. Non-striker Hero, it's got to look to back up. Good. Wide delivery.
Outside the line of the off stump, not called wide by the umpire, allowing it to go by is Isaiah Harris. The difference, though, we're seeing in this captaincy as compared to when the Leeward Islands were in the field is the captain's willingness to still attack, still have the fielders in positions that they can prevent
Build that
the run
pressure.
scoring, and also close enough to take any opportunity that come of a catch. I was saying that he had the slip in. He's moved the slip now, but just that still willingness to be a little bit on the aggressive side. Here is a delivery that Harris is pulling it into the mid-wicket region and gets 4. Just stood up and played it with a horizontal bat. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Just get it enough away from that man at mid-wicket and ran over the outfield and into the boundary for 4. So he gets his first boundary, and the total will go up by 4 runs for the Leeward Islands. They have now gone on to 40 for 5, and Isaiah Harris goes to 6 of 19.
And just to alert the folks,
Here is Lavia, and he's cutting and missing one outside the line of the off stump. It was a short of a length delivery just outside that off stump, and Harris was looking to try and cut that one square of the wicket. Didn't make contact into the middle of the wicket keeper. End over number 13 at the end of 13, 40 for 5.
just to let the folks know then more that this is a 50 over competition. And if we look around, we'll see that Harris is 6 from 21 balls, Hero 4 from 13, James 6, Farrell 8, Peters 1, Williams 4, and John North. Almost sounds like a telephone number. We only need the 2 at the top, so we'll start 268 140. Come down the road. 13 overs bowl. Say good afternoon to Tyrone Theophile and his family. Somebody who would have played a lot of cricket as well in Antigua and Barbuda for the Pigot Sports Club. Winward Islands trying to fight back here.
Here we watch as this is a delivery down the leg side, skipping across. A little better from Benjamin. I was happy to see him skip on that occasion. Just skipping and collecting that one behind the stumps. No run. So Charles is the bowler coming from the northern end. Bowling to the left-handed Hero. Here is he in outside the line of the off stump, and Hero just watches one go by into the gloves of wicketkeeper Benjamin. Again, there is no run. So just to give you the feel, if you need it, there is a man at third man. There is backward point, cover, then there is extra cover and mid-off. Mid-on, straight is mid-wicket, the man square leg forward of the square leg umpire, and then the man down on the long leg boundary, pretty wide. as another delivery is just left alone to go into the gloves of the wicket keeper. So 3 dot deliveries so far from Charles. Here is he in, and delivery right up to Hero. He was just driving quietly up on the offside, no run.
Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Come on, boy.
So Caleb Charles, listed as a fast bowler for the Winward Islands.
It also remind me, Denmo, there was this big debate last year in the West Indies Championship in terms of how you determine who is a fast bowler. You remember that, right, Denmo?
Certainly.
Somebody was saying, how could Casey Carter be a fast bowler? You know what I mean?
Here we watch as this delivery is played away up on the onside. There is no run. End of Charles's first over. Caleb Charles made over to start over number 14. And Isaiah Harris remains on 6. Nicholas Hero on 4. 40 for 5 at the end of 14.
So we look around at the bowling card, then more just to give the folks an idea in terms of what's happening. Joseph, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 25 runs, 3 wickets. John, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, 2 wickets. And Lavia and Charles have started the process. Lavia is 1-0, 6-0, and Charles, his first over is a maiden. The Leewards have lost wickets at 1 for 11, 2 for 16, 3 for 20, 4 for 20, and 5 for 21. So there's a bit of a revival taking place here.
Yes, a little bit of a revival taking place, but the Winward Islands bowlers, the opening bowlers in the 2 opening bowlers for the Winward Islands would have done what their captain and coaches would have wanted them to do, come in at the top of the innings and got wickets. And I think that is important. They've gotten wickets. The bowler, Joshua Joseph and Dylan John.
Who is the captain?
And they would have done the job. 5 wickets between them, 3 for Joshua Joseph, 2 for Dylan John. And look at their economy rate, 4.17 for Joseph and 1.5 for John, really doing the job for the Winward Islands to put them back in the game. Having made a small score by the stretch of the imagination in a 50-over game, only making 128, they fought back with those early 5 wickets.
At the Melbourne Park in Kingston in Jamaica, the Trinidad and Tobago under 15 taking on Jamaica under 15. Jamaica batting first. They are 21 for 1. They've lost the wicket of Kemar Parker for 5. So that game has kicked off Denmore. At least we
Happy
know
to
that.
see that. Happy to see that they get in play there. We're hoping for some play down there in Guyana.
If you're a betting man, if you're a betting man, Denmore, then I don't
that's
think
what I'm
that,
saying. They say
don't think you want to waste your money on that
we
one.
understand that that's not something that you would bet on, at least at this time of the year. Some of my Guyanese friends, because you know you develop friendship all across the Caribbean.
Maybe if it was an indoor facility, maybe we might have that game.
And I saw yesterday in the news when the Barbados team arrived there in Guyana, there were some folks who were commenting whether or not it's a good time of the year to bring cricket to Guyana, because now is the period where they get a lot of their rain.
But I'm almost too. One of the things that I'm concerned about as well, too, Denmore, is Barbados has not hosted a youth tournament, and I'm not exaggerating, Denmore, maybe for more than 15 years.
Wonder why?
Well, the cry that Cricket West Indies, or what we've been hearing about all the time, is that the cost.
Rates.
The rates. But I'm saying for the Barbadian public and for the Barbadian parents who travel out with their teams.
Year after year.
Yeah. somebody has to take that into consideration. And when we're talking about developing West Indies cricket and going to play at the Mecca of the cricket, that is why when you had Northern Telecom days and the Carib Cement Under 15 tournament before, you look forward in going to Barbados, going to Jamaica, going to Trinidad to play these tournaments.
Here is a delivery to Hero. He's going to get a run as he's almost falling over, but being able to play the way into that mid-wicket position. Gets the run. He's on to 5, and the total is on to 42 for 5 at the end of over number 15. So 15 overs have gone. 42 for 5. The target, remember the target is 129 for victory. A little bit of a revival here for the Leeward Islands, because the last wicket fell when it was 21. The score was 21. They've now added another 21, taking the score up to 42 for 5. Hero and Isaiah Harris. So Charles is going to continue from the northern end. Delivery outside the line of the off stump.
See the balance as I was talking about Denmore? 5-4 field. So it gives him some protection, so just in case he strays, because he's learning his craft. When you get up to the under 19 level and you step up, then you give more encouragement. Find too many times the coaches and the teachers force the children to bowl into some field placings that they maybe have not even prepared them for.
That's the point that I was trying to make earlier when the Leeward Islands were in the field. That I was saying that a lot of these things are teaching moments. A lot of it are teaching moments where the children would have to understand what is the requirement of certain things at certain stages. And this is where the experience of the coaches and the folks around them should really stand out, should come into effect.
We are hoping Denmore that Denmore Roberts or Cleve Joseph or Hayden Walsh Jr. or Raheem Cornwall is just going to just drop out of the sky. We don't want to put in any work. We just assume that talent is just going to come there. We got to put in the work. We got to get the teachers around to be able to teach the youngsters, boys and girls, the game.
A lot of that is needed in the Leeward Islands. A lot of that is needed in Antigua and Barbuda for cricket. Is going to continue to flourish and produce more of what were produced before. It's going to need a lot of teaching. Here's this delivery on the line of the leg stump as John is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Nicholas Hero. No run, 42 for 5 it remains. So John has so far bowled 11 dot deliveries in his spell. He's in with his 12th, and finally they're going to get a run off his bowling. This one is played into the mid-wicket region.
Little hesitation there.
Hesitation is coming back for the second. I thought it was an easy second. Should not have been any hesitation. Should have just looked to have been positive run strongly for both. They get the 2 easily in the end to bring up the end of over number 16. 2 runs coming off that over from John. Harris is on 7. Nicholas Hero is also on 7 after 16 overs. Leeward Islands, they are on 144 for 5. And is it the tropical wave they call themselves?
You give them 100 runs.
Sorry. 44 for 5. Correction. I looked at it, saw it, and still did that. So 44 for 5. The Leeward Islands, their target is 129. Yes.
I know you're a betting man, so whenever I want to win the jackpot, I think I'm going to find you then more.
Yes, 44 for 5. The Leeward Islands, and I was looking, and they call it Tropical Wave.
Yeah, Tropical Wave I think is one of the Leeward Islands sponsors, maybe for the youth tournament, for the under 19 as well as the under 15. There's no under 17. But with the advent of not having a Leeward Islands where there is under 16 or under 19 tournament, then more, it puts the Leeward Islands teams at a very disadvantage in terms of finding the best talent. And I'm saying that there has to be indicators in the various territories. I'll come back to that then more.
Lavia around the wicket, and this one is whipped off of his hip by Harris, and he's going to get some overthrows.
Oh, yeah, but some people got to be backing up.
And that's 4. 4 overthrows as the ball was played into that square leg region. The fielder thought that the batter might have just strayed out of his crease.
But somebody got to be backing up.
At the stump.
Somebody got to be backing up.
Who's that? The number 29 who had the throw it? Ahmad Williams, was he? Yes.
Yeah, Williams.
Yep.
But somebody got to be backing up.
No one backing up.
Got to be backing up.
Lavia is in again, and they're going to get a single as this one comes off the inner portion of the bat, runs down to a short backward square position. The fielder short fine leg having to rush in. And one more to Harris. He's on to 11 and the total on to, he's actually on to 12 and total on to 48 for 549 should be. I think it's going to flash over in just a short while.
It should flash over.
Yep, 49 for 5. Left-handed hero is on strike. This delivery is played away.
50 up for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, 50 for the Leeward Islands. 50 for 5 as this partnership continues. It came together when the score was 21 for 5, and Harris, I think, was it Harris that came in on a hat-trick? Or there was a wicket that fell?
Harris saved the hat-trick.
I know Harris came in on a hat-trick.
Saved the hat-trick.
Ball, saved the hat-trick. He's still there on 12 of 27. Nicholas Hero is 8 of 27. Here is Lavia, right on target and leaning forward and playing back along the pitch is Isaiah Harris, and there's no run.
When we're talking about development again, Denmore, you have to have your best coaches or your best teachers at this level. Because if you don't cut out the bad habits earlier clock, then you find that this would creep onto your under 19 into your under 23. So you have to have your best teachers or your best coaches, especially at the under 15 level, or even your best mentors. I know Coach Stuart Williams is here as a mentor for the Leeward Islands. It's something which should be spread across the region. End of the over,
50
Denmore.
for 5 after 17, and we're going to have a drinks break. Gives us an opportunity to just refresh ourselves. We'll just tell you what the situation is so far. The Leeward Islands, they bowled out the Winward Islands for 128, and in reply they are on 50 for 5. 50 for 5. The scorecard for the Leeward Islands reads so far just the summary of the day's play. John getting 37, 32 to Armstrong in the Winward Islands innings, and the Leeward Islands so far 50 for 5. Harris is not out, he's on 12. 8 for Farrell and Hero, who is still there, on 8. James 6. 3 wickets for Joseph, 2 wickets for John. 50 for 5, and a 5-wicket haul for Markham as well for the Leeward Islands. Earlier, 2 wickets for Williams and a wicket each for Adonai, Ali, and for Miller. So you're right up to date. Leeward Islands needs 79 more runs of 203 deliveries. We're going to take a short break, and then we will be right back.
Welcome back after the break. Leeward Islands will need another 79 runs off 203 balls, and I consider it down to 79 singles. And just to let you know that the Winward Islands scored 128 of 31.1 overs. John 37, Armstrong 32, Charles 10, Joseph 7. Markram picked up 5 for 45 for the Leeward Islands, and he will have to come out at some point in time here today and maybe try and get the Leeward Islands across the line. 50 for 5. And Charles will be looking to start from the CIU road end. We have already Nicholas Hero. We say good afternoon to the folks in Ghana. The game between Ghana and Barbados, that has been, as we would say, called off for the day based on the rain. Another delivery there. Just for a moment, the wicketkeeper Denmore almost like he was going to be wrong-footed there. Was caught in no man's land, a little bit off balance. Charles with some extra pace.
Love to see Charles use that left hand a little bit more, though. Doesn't seem to get it up and hold it up for long enough.
But it's not doing any work at all, Denmore. Which is his non-bowling arm. He's a right-arm medium fast bowler.
I think if he's able to really use that left arm a little bit more, he could even extract a little bit more pace than he's doing at this time.
50 for 5. Still got Ali to come. He's a very accomplished player. Elijah Miller too. He can bat. Squeeze away into the offside. Hesitation in the running. But the most important thing is that nothing has happened.
Yeah, they've been able to get back, but they just want to make sure that they improve the communication, these two. They've been able to put on a little bit of a partnership so far. 29 runs between them.
Caleb Charles bungs away. Another wide delivery. Luckily not stayed within the zone area here. Ogie's just having a quiet look.
And he's been targeting that zone for quite a while, has Caleb Charles. Has just tried to fire those deliveries across the left-hander in that zone and hopes that it stays within the markings.
So he goes from around to goes from over to around now, trying to search for something else. Now I think what the Windwards have to be very careful about here now is by clinically looking to finish the game. In the meantime, the Leeward Islands will have to understand that they just need 79 singles. So they have they're almost in a position where if they build a partnership, they can get over the line quite easily. Just defending that.
But the Leewards have to find a way to turn their strike over.
Maiden over there from Caleb Charles.
Because that's one of the things that they've not done very well is turn the strike over. These two, they've looked solid enough defensively, but they've not been able to drop the ball into any gaps and look to take singles here and there. And I think they need to do that before they start to frustrate themselves. Because the more you're at the crease and you're not scoring, there are going to be messages coming from the dressing room. People start to shout. Might cause them to even make a mistake. What they need to do is to just find a way to take the scoreboard over and, as you say, tick off quick those 79 runs one by one. Because what happened, the longer it is there and more it comes down, the Windward might try something else.
Here is Harris caught a point. Just what Denmore was talking about. In two minds, not sure, didn't get to the pitch of the ball. Head up into the air, and Winward Islands strikes again.
And that is what has happened. Because they've been there and they've been a couple of maiden overs and nothing happening. We saw there Harris trying to going outside of what we've seen from him all day. He's been solid, he's been compact, been patient, but he got one just a little bit outside line of the off stump, looked to play the expansive stroke, hit it straight to the fielder standing at that point position, didn't have to move, and he's walking back to the pavilion out for 12, and the Leewards losing their 6th wicket. They're 54-6.
Yeah, 50 for 6. And again, Denmore, how many times have we seen wickets fall before break?
Or after a break.
Or after a break. It's always been the major problem. 50 for 6 into it. Over number 19.
And you see, it's something. It is after the break. You have to get back in. You have to reset. You have to refocus. Get back to what you were doing before the break. And a lot of times, that is when players sort of lose a little bit of concentration, gets a little bit, out of the moment. And as we saw there, Harris going away from what he was doing earlier and doing well in terms of being patient, playing a shot that we haven't seen him attempt to play all his innings, and got himself out. Markan is the person that is coming.
Another young player from Nevis, one of the 7 players who've been into the team. So he and Markan, they'll be looking to try and come up with a revival, a rebuilding time here, as the late Arrow from Montserrat would say. Rebuilding time. It's going to be rebuilding time for the Leeward Islands right now. 50 for 6. Lavia keeping it simple. It's a gentle medium, not trying anything. Ball just deviating slightly. Good take by the keeper. I'd like to see the keeper, Denmore. The positioning, his left foot is almost outside the line of the leg stump. I don't know who is his coach, but somebody maybe needs to help him very, very, very quickly, because he's unsighted by the time the batsman lines up. If I can just get Jason to maybe just show that frame so you'll see where he is. It's almost like a reaction by reacting there. You want to be down that line of the off stump right there so that you can get the bowler to come right down into that cushioned, comfortable area. And Denmore reminded me, and so too does my colleague Mally Richards. He always sometimes tell me, Springs, this is what they're saying, this is the modern day way. I know that cricket is, the fundamentals to cricket, and they don't really change. He's bowled him! Bowled him! He was neither forward nor back. And Marcham, it looked as if he didn't realize that it was his turn to bat.
I think that one, though, to give Lavia credit, that one seemed to have cut back the other way. The others were shaping away from Markan, and that one just kept straight. That one didn't deviate, went right through the gate.
Got to defend that, Denmo. You got to defend the castle. Have to defend your castle. Must.
Markan looked quite off balance there in playing that stroke, and that one went right through the gate and crashed into his stumps. So the Leeward Islands losing their 7th wicket. They are now 50-7. Markan going back without scoring.
Yeah. The Windward Island Ants are on top.
Let's have a look at it. Straight. The others were shaping away. If we were able to see the deliveries before this wicket, we would have seen that there were some that shaped away from the batter. That one kept straight.
But if you look
went
then
right
more, you see where the bat face was, into the square leg area, rather than looking to hit the ball up the V. So his head, the whole body alignment was already out of the line of the ball. Once the ball is coming on your stumps, you got to look to be able to defend the ball. That has to be objective. Lavia 2 for 14. He's got 2 wickets in this over.
So Adonai Ali is the new player for the new batter for the Leeward Islands.
And he keeps that one out. Ali, lone player from St. Kitts in the squad, overcomes to a double wicket maiden. Denmore for Lavia.
Yep, right after the break, Lavia coming back, bowling the second over after the water break, and was able to get 2 wickets. He got the wicket of Harris, who has been solid, put on that partnership with Hero, and then Markan coming in. Would have probably wanted to perform better after getting that 5-wicket haul when he bowled, but was only able to score, not facing 4 deliveries in his innings.
Hero gets a wide delivery. O'Geese has a look at it and has registered in his mind that it is not wide enough. It is within the jurisdiction.
And John has, that has been what John has been trying to do. When he comes over the wicket to the left-handed.
No, this one is Charles. Charles is bowling.
Charles, sorry. Charles, yes. Charles is the one. He has been doing that, coming over the wicket to the left-handed. You will see him went around the wicket for one ball in the last over, but he's back over the wicket this over.
Hero is defending. That's all he can do. Spot on target. He's got to find a way then more to be able to just deflect that ball, more or less like a Larry Gomes style, or maybe just, just soft hands in front of him and get off strike. The non-striker also, he has to be thinking about to be in the game to look to run. He's almost like he's holding his crease. He's got to be moving all the time with the bowler, staying in the game. Ali?
I like the fact that Hero is showing strong, good defensive work, but he also needs to keep the scoreboard ticking over, because if they keep losing wickets without scoring any runs, they're not getting any closer to that target.
Got to find the gap. He just sort of just went halfway. Didn't go there. Just needed to stay low and just break that wrist. Find the gap. Got to be able to break down that Winward Islands wall. So good afternoon to my colleague, my friend for life, Trevor Shillingford. So we're ever talking about a director of sports who understands development. Quietly, then, more Dominica has done some very good work with the limited resources that they have in terms of their youth development program. They've been able to participate in and set up programs in netball, in football, in cricket. The coaches, going into the respective schools, especially at the primary school level, maintain that. Looks good, but you got to find the gap then more.
I think that's the difference in the way of the approach of the Windward Islands countries in more so than the Leeward Islands, is that with the limited resources that they're able to have over there, and maybe too, that's probably one of the advantage of probably not being as exposed to a lot of the technology and all the other stuff that we are in the Leeward Islands, is that they still focus a lot on the sporting aspect of the children when they're growing up. Many of our children are not gravitating towards sport now. We have a failing netball program, but we've seen good scoring, good bowling from the Winward Islands so far.
Driving again, Ali. He's going to be aggressive. I can tell you that. Denmore. In fact, I was thinking about Denmore, and you were right in terms of the context of what you were talking about. How many of the countries from around here go to the Caribbean Netball Association Under 16 Championship? And that used to be a feature where you had Antigua, St. Kitts, Nevis. That was a consistent model. Trouble here, Denmore.
There's a loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. I thought that it appeared as if it was angled down, but he didn't play a shot, and that could have been the difference.
Oh, that was going down, Denmore.
It was going down.
Good decision.
But again,
from our vantage point,
yeah,
you would say it looked like he was in trouble. But when we looked at the replay,
and you would want to tell Ali though, play a shot at those deliveries.
Yeah, he certainly has to. He almost looked like Jimmy Adams there trying to pad up down the onside, wide delivery. Now, what has happened now is that Lavie has got excited then more. So because of the movement from Ali, he's now decided, listen, I'm going searching for wickets. He has to go back to what
got him the 2 wickets in the last over.
Which is to just be patient, and land the ball in the right area.
Same
line, just be consistency. Don't try anything.
Off-stump line that was shaping away, that one that keeps straight, and he might get the same result.
Now he bowls another wide again because he's trying things now. He's getting excited, and that's where the mindset approach comes in. That's where you've got to be able to understand. You come back and you come back on the money. Here is John saying to him, "What are you trying?
Yeah,
You're
but
giving
this
away runs?"
this is where I was just about to say. This is where the captain needs to just have a talk with him, and tell him, listen, just continue what you were doing. Remember what you did when you got those 2 wickets. What was being successful for you, and keep it in that same vein.
There you go. There you go. Somebody looking almost like it could have been in a trouble. Ali just feeling excited. He's somebody who can hit the ball then more, Ali.
Yeah, and he's probably just trying to time it. I feel that if he goes through with 1 or 2 of those strokes, because that one was right up to him.
Right,
if he had just followed through, should have really hit that one over the top of that mid-off fielder, looking to hit it into the boundary. But he sort of just eased it. Yep.
Yeah, it's got to finish. Good leave again. Pressure here. They need 77 runs from 176 balls. This is something that Denmore has been talking about. The Windward Islands have just been eating away at like one consistent batsman all the time. They have to find a way to be able to rotate the strike, something which is plaguing cricketers in the Caribbean. Most teams, when you look around, rotation of strike.
And in one sports program that I host on a radio station in Antigua and Barbuda, Viv called into the program in one of our episodes, and he was speaking to us about the ability, because I think at that time the West Indies were also having a problem rotating the strike, and he was speaking about the skill that is necessary to consistently do that, about playing the ball later, using the wrist, playing with soft hands, those sort of things there. He says that those are things that you can teach players how to do, and he was making the point that he does not feel that enough teaching of those skills is taking place in the cricket. Everybody is trying to teach the players how to go hard, how to go long, how to go hit boundaries, but the little skills that are necessary to be a part of the overall game is lacking, and that is, as he was pointing out, that is part of the reasons why even at the international stage we find that the West Indies players don't get enough singles.
But how do you get your first 10 runs? If you get your first 10 runs then more in singles, then it makes life a lot more easy for you. How you learn the game is by, on the non-strikers end, being able to look at the bowler and being able to understand, how am I going to get a single? Sometimes you might maybe need 6 runs off of the last over, then more, and you got to be able to find a way how you could be able to. For reference, we've been looking at Hero now for a long time, trying to break down the wall here of the Windward Islands, which is on the offside, right? And so he's been frustrated. Somewhere along the line, he has to be able to tell himself, I'm just going to play with soft hands and get off strike. Has to work that out. Down the onside, wide delivery.
Yeah, but you can tell that is not a skill that he's been taught, because he's now faced 40 deliveries for his 8, which means that it's not. You're saying that he should tell himself, but after 40 deliveries, we have not seen any opportunity or any effort for him to do that. Means that is not a skill that he has learned.
Perfectly. Again, he can't find the gap. Now, that delivery then more that he's getting to the pitch there, and his body language, you can see he's getting a little frustrated, because in his mind, he's figuring out, he's looking at the scoreboard, he knows that the score is 53 for 7, he's been there for some time, and he just can't seem to get on his bike. But he's fighting for the Leeward Islands. Ooh,
Good
well
delivery.
well left.
Yeah.
What I like about him then more is his judgment to leave the ball. He knows where his off stump is. So once he can get stronger, and he can, as you rightly said, being able to just maneuver the ball now, get a little bit more power. Those guys are close enough then more. You get to the pitch of one of those balls there, you can hit a ball over one of their heads. Again, check again. Yeah,
I remember when young Raheem Cornwall and the likes of Kadeem Phillip and others were coming up playing for the Blackhawks. Coach Kenny Benjamin used to insist that singles were a part of aggressive batting. And there were some people that were around that used to figure out, what is he talking about? How can singles be a part of aggressive batting? And I remember in a Super 40 contest, he used to tell them, listen, you get 4 singles in the over and a 4, and you get 8 out of the over. Whereas you bash 1 4 and miss the other 5, you only get 4 runs. And so he was saying that you got to keep the scoreboard ticking over as a part of aggressive batting with singles. And it works. It works very well.
Another over.
Another good over from Charles. Just the wide coming from it.
Score remains on 53 for 7.
53 for 7. We have had 22 overs. Still more balls left than runs needed.
Struggle continues.
But we have a few more spectators. They're coming in slowly but surely to take in some of the action. No doubt they would have wanted to see probably a little more excitement in terms of the batting, a few more runs made. Still, not all over as yet. 53 for 7. The Leeward Islands still have some work to do, though, if they're going to achieve the needed 46 runs. Windward would think that they're in a better position. 3 wickets needed for victory.
Spin time, then more.
Yep.
Who we've got?
Just looking to see is the number. Looks to be. I'm just waiting for him to turn so that I can see number 33 on his back.
So he looks like Ron Charles. So
the
Ron
other Charles, yes.
The leg spinner.
Leg spinner.
Tall guy. Oh, interesting. Going past the keeper. Going for buys.
Similar to what
this is what you were talking about,
Yeah.
then, more the hesitation in the running.
should have really been too additional with that wide as well, because they should have really been looking to run positively.
Push hard.
Yep, between the wicket.
Push hard.
Right arm over
Again.
there.
Charles starts. Keeper caught on his heels there rather than being relaxed. Doesn't want to go down. He has to go down. Once somebody's going to come on to bowl spin, wicketkeeper, you've got to go right down. Got to work there. That shortcut of taking a shortcut just being there.
I was just about saying after the first delivery, it's the same basic issue that we saw with Caris Farrell for the Leeward Islands, the technique of keeping to the spin. Half-heartedly going down, almost staying in an upright position, the wicket keeper, and then so when the ball is slightly offline, they don't read it very well.
Charles moves from over to around now. He got frustrated and decided he was going to try something else completely different. 55 for 7. Long on, long off, mid-wicket. Cover 3/4 of the way. Again, Hero can't score. All he can do is just turn the ball to the short mid-wicket area. And the Winward Islands captain, who's running Joseph, to just pick the ball up. He's that close. Playing a naughty shot. Also almost like a get-out shot, over-completed. Then more, and at the end of it, the Leeward Islands batting for survival. They're 55 for 7.
First over of spin, first delivery was a wide, then got balls thereafter. And again, Hero has to find a way to score. He has to find a way to get off strike. He's now faced 51 deliveries for his 8 runs, and I don't think that is good enough in terms
Come, guys. Come,
of
guys.
the way that what you want your batter to
Get it,
do.
get
I'm
it.
not telling him to be
Come on,
reckless
fellas.
or anything of that
Come on.
sort, but he has to find a way that he can keep the scoreboard ticking over, get off strike,
Come on, fellas. Come
and
on,
look
boy.
to even, get Ali in strike against some of these these lesser bowlers. We saw Charles run Charles
Come, boy.
the
Come,
last
boy.
over. Not necessarily
Keep boy,
the
keep boy.
best technician of spin that you would have seen, and I think that it's probably an opportunity,
Come, boy,
maybe,
come, boy.
if Ali can get on top of
Come, boy.
him.
Come, boy.
Nyan Davis.
Work, boy. Work, boy.
He's going to start from the CIU road end here in Antigua and Barbuda. And straight away, Ali comes quietly forward.
Bravo, buddy. Bravo, buddy.
Establish here is a long on, long off. So Joseph deciding very early o'clock that if Ali wants to go, he's got protection. Drives again.
Come, boy. Come,
Can't
boy.
beat Davis. He's got a
Keep
slip.
buddy. Keep bowling.
He's got a deep backward square. Man under 45. Squeeze away. Past the first slip. Running away down to the third man area. They need to get two. Hesitation in the running again. Then more they only get one run.
And again, we saw Ali running and turning blindly, turning almost with his back to the opposition. So something that he needs to work on. It's the second time we've seen him do that, and have actually limited them to just a single.
Yeah, and that comes with the changing of the bat, has to be able to as practice, as preparation. Those are the fundamental things that you have to put in. Here is Hero trying to hit across the line of the ball. He could have taken that same ball then more, meet it on the full and head it down to long on. And being able to find the gap, he's got to be able to find that bat. But he's fighting Hero. I like his mentality. Gets a little stronger, gets a little confident. Comes onto it, he gets a little frustrated. You could see him. Maybe the arms beginning to get a little cramped now. Then more. He's been batting for
a while.
For a little while.
And he's literally gotten himself into a ultra defensive mode.
Fighting delivery. Gets off strike there. Might have got some bat onto that one. I think he came off of his pad. So he still didn't get the bat onto that one.
I didn't think he hit that one. I thought that he missed it. And that was a delivery that was flighted full to him. Should have really made contact with that one and gotten more than just a leg by. Should have really looked to have made contact with that one, gotten it down to the fine leg position and picked up a boundary. That was a poor delivery that Nian, the bowler, got away with.
So
Nian Davis
Nian
got away
Davis.
with, yeah.
Sure. So it's almost like a stroll in the park. Winward Islands, if you just joined us, bowled off 128, 31.1 overs. John, the vice captain, 37. Armstrong, I like his approach. He looked well, 32. March on, he picked up 5 for 46 from his 7 overs. And the Leeward Islands are in serious trouble here. They're 57 for 7. Ali, young Hero, fighting his way here. Nicholas Hero, Adonai Ali. He's tearing this one. The short third man comes around and they get a very easy single. Now brings Ali into strike. I want to say good afternoon to Mr. Black. Mr. Black, Denmo has been around this cricket for such a long time. Could remember the first time I had in contact with him was through the St. Kitts Nevis 13 and under tournament. I think he would have been one of the first coaches to have come to St. Kitts and Nevis with a team. I think
Black on the scoreboard you're talking about?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I saw him the other day for the first in a little while, and I saw him driving. I was so shocked.
You were?
I knew he walked for years.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So I had grown accustomed to seeing Black
to see Black
walk in.
Well, he still walks now and again then more. When they have games up at the stadium,
yes,
he tells me that he walks to the stadium.
He walks to the stadium.
Walks to the Survivor Stadium.
Yeah, but I saw him driving. I was so shocked.
Yeah. 58 for 7. Black's Jarvis. Ali
Here's
is
this
pulling
one.
this one away. It's gone. One bounce for 4.
And this is what I'm talking about. That you get Ali on strike, and I believe against the spinner here, who looks a little bit struggling, especially with his action, that Ali can get on top of him, and a couple of boundaries hit, then all of a sudden it could be a different type of game where the Winward Islands start to worry.
62 for 7. Ali on the march here. He's on 5. Comes quietly forward. Maybe could have done a lot better with that one, Denmo. What do you think? He could have maybe paddled that.
That's what I'm saying. He has to just be confident with his delivery. That one was flighted, but it was outside of his out of his leg, so he couldn't. The opportunity for leg before was out of play, and I thought that he could have played that one as well. Should have gotten some runs off of that delivery as well. 62 for 7 though at the end of over number 25.
We're halfway there in the Leeward Islands second innings, and Joshan Joseph, the captain for the Winward Islands under 15 team, he'll be looking to try and see if he can maybe have an early afternoon here. You know, Antigua and Barbuda is blessed with 365 beaches, and I'm sure manager James and the coaching staff, Walton Polius and company, wouldn't mind taking the guys for a small swim, get themselves organized. Leeward Islands would have other ideas. Here's a lovely push there from Hero into the offside.
That's what he needs to do. Just find a way to get off strike. Put the ball like he was driving, putting it into the space, moving the fielder, and getting Ali back on strike.
Comes quietly forward again. No runs.
Come boys, come boys. Come fellas, come fellas.
Ali has to be positive, has to believe in himself. He has to get the message that, hey, you can manage these spinners. Just have a look and have a go.
63 for 7.
Davis, though, looks to be a more consistent spinner than his counterpart.
Well, he's completing his action, so that's more than anything else. And sometimes, then more, as a youngster in cricket and football, you want to model yourself off of somebody. That's where the technical coaching comes in to be able to help you. At this early age, you got to start to work on that. Oh, that was beautifully bowled. Sort of tempted Ali.
Yeah, it just had a little bit of flight, but the flight was not of such that he was just trying to pull Ali out of his crease, but Ali was equal to the task. Stayed there and just played it defensively.
Driven down the grounds, and they get a very easy single. He has to concentrate, get to the crease.
I think once they stay positive like that, they should get that single, because that single was always on. Just for a moment there, Hero looked as if he was just a little bit hesitant, but then was called through by Ali and got the single in the end. End of over number 26, 64 for 7.
Yeah. You need 65 from 144 balls, and if you keep it as simple as possible, you need 65 singles. If you get 13 extras, then more, and you get the other 35 singles, you'll be across the line.
Sure, certainly.
But I think somebody needs to. I feel that Ali will target Davis.
Somebody needs to target one of these bowlers and take advantage.
Got to watch this action again, Denmore. Got to get Jason, my whiz, to be able to break down this action. I can't maybe judge it from here from the commentary box area where we are. We'll have to maybe go to square leg and figure it out. But if I can get Jason to maybe just break down that frame for me, me and Davis.
This is actually Charles, Ron Charles.
Sorry, Charles. Yeah, sorry.
Yep, Ron Charles.
That's been there, Denmore. That was right there. Just hit that on the full. Get that off.
Again, it looks as if when the ball is for Ali to play on the offside, he's not as confident. Seems to be a player that wants to go leg side.
Yeah, anything between middle and leg.
Anything between middle and
Because
leg.
the bottom hand comes into play. Down the onside again. White signal here. It's racing away, going down to the boundary. If they come back hard, they can get to. Ali's a little hesitant, but in the end, they finally get across the line.
Yeah, again, Ali has to work on that turn. Again, he keeps turning blindly. Keeps turning.
He's not changing.
Yeah, he's not
changing
changing hand.
He's got to change. Remember the angle.
One. Just one.
Thought he missed out there because he got what he was looking for. That ball that was short, that was going towards the leg side, but he didn't time it as well. Got it over the top of a short straight mid wicket, but really should have put that away for a boundary.
No. Over.
Another over comes to an end. Denmore.
Yes, John Charles at the end of it, 68 for 7. We've had 27 overs, so 138 deliveries left. Still 61 runs to get if the Leeward Islands are going to achieve victory. Winward Islands need 3 wickets more to go. But I think this is the opportunity for the Leeward Islands to get as close as possible to that total. I think that with Davis and Charles on, they have to try in the next 3-4 overs to see how if they can score a couple of boundaries to put back a little bit of pressure on the Windward Islands and see what will happen. We've seen a drink sent out to the Leeward Islands, and I'm sure that there's a message that was sent out as well with it to the batters, just to tell them, to be a little bit more positive in the approach and to try and see if they can reduce the total a little bit more, because I think as the total comes down and down and down, it will put a little bit more pressure on the Winward Islands.
Well, they need 61 more singles. I like to break it down that way. From 138 deliveries, Ali comes quietly forward, and Ali's going to have to calculate how is he going to score and where is he going to score. There's a long on, long off mid-wicket. They've got a feeler under 45, one on the short mid-wicket. They got a slip, they got a cover, extra cover, and a backward point. Where is he going to get his runs from? And he still has to be tight.
Again, any time that he has to play the ball into the offside field, doesn't look as confident. He sort of just looks as if he tries to defend when it comes in that area.
Again, he comes quietly forward as Denmore
Boys.
describes his body language. I think he's got to be confident enough. The feeler's on the offside Denmore. If he works on his offside game, he must, with the power of him, he can be able to get that ball through for a couple of runs there. Again, he's defending the nice ball there. You could tell his inclination, because he's a bottom-handed player. He's looking to power muscle that ball over into the leg side area.
I think Davis has noticed that too, and he's been very good, very consistent with those deliveries outside the line of the off stump. Just coming back at him, just maybe starting on or about off stump and angled towards the middle stump. And for those type of deliveries, Ali's not going to try and go after them.
He comes forward and defends again.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting for a short delivery, something that he can tug away on the leg side. Those are the deliveries that he's looking for, and he's not been given any of those at all.
So over comes to an end. Over number 28, 68 for 7. And remember, this weekend, Spice Isle Grenada comes alive. It's the Carifta Games. Yeah, the junior track and field event. So far, the Winward Islands have bowled some seven maidens within the context. Joseph 3 for 25, John 2 for 9, and Lavia 2 for 16. And between Charles and company, they both have 11 overs. The 12th over start here. Here is Hero standing up straight and punching it. Can't beat Armstrong at cover.
And just want to say good afternoon to my good friend Lottie Cato over there in Grenada. No doubt she's going to be involved in the Carifta setup somehow. Lottie always finds a way to volunteer and to get involved. She's also involved in the football scene over there in Grenada. She was here some time ago with one of the youth teams.
I think there are going to be some fireworks this weekend, Denmore.
Certainly was going to be exciting.
In Grenada. Could see some new records too.
Could some there are some junior athletes that are really doing well for themselves right now, and I think that when they start to even push each other, the records are going to be under trouble. They're going to be in trouble this weekend. I'm looking forward to it.
Sometimes when you look at the Carifta games, Denmore, you keep and you got caught behind. Just what Denmore said. He just got frustrated. He was never comfortable with the ball pitching on the line of the off stump.
Again, that's
and
the
he
same.
got the faintest of edge, and the wicketkeeper Benjamin, he's excited. 13-year-old. He took the catch. Ali's looking at his bat. It's not a needle you're batting with, Ali. You're batting with a cricket bat. You nicked it.
Yeah, but he has to work on his offside game. He has to be able to can manage those deliveries. That was a flighted delivery outside the line of the off stump, something that he really should have been looking to put away, because it was a loose delivery, but because he was being so negative when it comes to those delivery outside his off stump, that he just offered an easy catch. Well, not an easy catch, but he offered an edge to the wicket keeper, and was taken well by the wicket keeper there. France is the new batter that's coming out for the Leeward Islands. 69 for 8.
So over in St. Kitts, Australia batting first, Denmore. So we know what's happening there. This is the second of the 3-match ODI series taking place in the West Indies and Australia. West Indies not getting a chance to bat first.
I don't think West Indies wants the bat first either. I've not gotten that feeling at all throughout the series.
You don't get the feeling.
Either the T20 or the 50 over. I don't think so.
It almost comes like. So what do you think is our best strength? He's out.
Yeah, he's I think he warned him before. He warned him before with that same situation. He warned him, maybe, is it the same over that he warned him? He warned him before that he was walking off of his crease, and he warned him, and he has done it again, and so he's now out by what we call the man card. Here is he just walking off of his crease before the bowler would have delivered, would have even started to deliver. So Leeward Islands, they are now in serious trouble. He is on 69 for 9.
Well, Hero comes back 11 from 60 balls. In fact, Denmore, you know, I know it's part of the game, right, Denmore, but it's something that I really. And it's all about match awareness. It's all about this is where Hero now has to understand that you were warm before, so you start walking.
You have to make sure that your bat, even if you're moving your feet, you have to make sure that your bat is still over the line. You can't just walk off the line almost in total disregard to the fact that the bowler would have warned you earlier.
The umpire doesn't have a choice, right?
He doesn't have a choice.
As long as they feel
as much as many persons would say they don't like it,
we don't.
It is a part of the game, and until it's removed, you have to respect the game.
You have to. Here is France driving down the ground. Is brought in Miller. Elijah Miller will now face his first delivery. 70 for 9, Denmore.
Yep, 70 for 9. So 2 wickets now. We should be reading for Charles. The graphic still has 1 for 13, but it should be 2 wickets for Charles.
Like last year.
Does he get that man
No,
card,
I don't
or
think
that's
so.
going
No,
to the run out?
That's going to that has to be run out there.
Yes,
He
it
can't
goes
get
to
that.
the run out. Yes.
Yeah,
So they are correct. 1
Yeah,
there.
he can't get that then.
No, no.
I know you feel that he deserves a wicket, but not today.
But he got 1. He got 1. He got the wicket of Ali,
but he can't get 2.
He can't get 2. No. Here we watch. This is going to be who is that? Charles is Neon
Davis
is going to continue.
Still Davis. Just over the mid-on fielder, then more, just over.
Yeah, that was France just having a go at Davis. Thought it was going to carry to that fielder at that mid-on position, just covering him and able to come through for a single. So 70
This is game 1
for 9.
of the 5-match bilateral series.
What are your thoughts on the new concept of bilateral?
I'll come back to that then more. Here is Elijah squeezing one out to the outside. Where is France going? He has to get back into his crease. Had the throw been on target, he would have been run out. But then more, I know that based on budget constraints, not being able to have the tournament maybe in Antigua and Barbuda, I would have loved to maybe seen the pros and the cons then more.
Yeah, I too.
I would love to see it because the pros of having a team, 1 leg in Jamaica and 1 in Guyana. You're going to lose in Guyana now. I think it might have been better if you maybe just brought everybody here. That's just my opinion, really.
Here is he. The appeal, not out. I hear the talk of budget constraints. Just yesterday I was making the point to Kenny Benjamin, and he was saying that it has all to do with air travel and so on. And I am of the opinion that this is where the WICB and the governments of the Caribbean need to sit down and look at what is the constraint in terms of travel. Is it the taxes? Do they get the taxes waived? Because the taxes are what really takes up the price of the airline.
On the ticket.
And I am of the opinion that if we have a cricket committee that is led by government people, politicians, they should do something substantial that can help the cricket. And
then I want people to understand, we're not only just talking about cricket, but to help the sports.
Yeah.
Because a number of federations, for instance, St. Martin, I'm sure you saw that story, they were raising funds to go to the Carifta Games.
Yes.
Right? So sometimes we think in this neck of the woods that we have challenges, but other countries also have challenges. Over comes to an end, 72 for 9 at the end of 30. But you're making a big point then more, and it's something which I feel that I don't know if we pay attention enough then more to the reality of the impact of sports in the Caribbean. This weekend coming up then more, you're going to have the Carifta Swimming Championship and the Carifta Games. Just imagine how many countries are going to be moving along with spectators.
The number of people that are going to be moving. And what you want is a situation where that with people moving, there's a lot of impact on economies.
Of course, because there's going to be a spending cost then.
Of course.
Grenada is going to be buzzing. The economic impact of the Carifta Games this weekend in Grenada is going to be already speaking to my colleague there. They don't have enough hotel rooms in Grenada this weekend then more.
I've been to Grenada, so I know. I know this kind of impact that it has. Because what happens in those kind of situations, even people, ordinary people.
Here is France just driving down the ground, brings Elijah Miller into strike. We'll
ordinary people will be able to make maybe $1 here or two. Make a room or two available from the house to to host maybe some fans that want to go down and support
the restaurants then more?
the restaurants,
The taxi
the
drivers,
taxi drivers,
moving
the
folk.
people that do transport, everybody. It's an all-round situation where it benefits everyone. And I am not just saying that having the tournament here would have been a good idea just because I am Antiguan or because it's Antigua. I'm just
We're
speaking
looking
about
at the feasibility.
The feasibility. Antigua at this time has good weather. Yesterday, that rainfall that we had in St. John's area was what we call it.
Flash flood?
Out of the norm. Out of the norm. It was probably some trough or something that floated across. Not the regular type situation. Like I said, where I live in Liberty, we didn't get a drop of rain. We haven't had a drop of rain in a while.
I must send some rain to you then.
Yeah, and so I'm just saying that we have to think about it, and the governments have to find a way to be more than talk, be more than meeting and come back and prime ministers giving fancy speech about the state of Caribbean cricket or Caribbean sport and not doing anything physically or with financially to help. They have to find a way.
Over completed
76 for 9, and of course the folks who are listening to us online can either say whether or not they agree or disagree with the statements that are being made, and maybe they have ways that they can suggest that we could get help. I feel that right now we have an EXON in Guyana, and that could be a target situation where we try and see if we can find a way to get Exxon to partner with WICB or some sort of sporting organization in the Caribbean to help us more than just Guyana, help the whole Caribbean in terms of making sure our sporting culture stays current, stays relevant.
But there's a political twist to that then more. I'll get back to that in this discussion. Folks, if you're wondering what's happening, Leeward Islands
76 for 9, we win over number 32.
They need 129 to win. And in serious trouble here. Francis 3, Miller is 1. 31 overs bowled. Here comes Nine Davis. He's in now to bowl. And quietly comes forward is France.
I like Nyan Davis in terms of his bowling.
Keeping it simple.
Yeah, he's not tried anything out of the ordinary, and he's just been consistent.
Just above the eye line.
Yep.
Short, and that is pulled away into the deep midfield area, and they get 1 run. Now, this is what Denmo was talking about. The ball has gone to one of the furthest points here, and they just amble a single. Notice what I said then more. Amble. There was no intensity on the first run to say, well, we're going to test the feeler.
And then look at the throw that came back in. It was a very poor throw. So if they had really put the fielder under pressure, imagine what they could have probably even gotten 2 runs.
Score goes up to, in fact, it should be 77 for 9. Sure. Am I not? Do I not have that right then, Mo?
I think our scorecard as we're looking at is just a couple of deliveries behind.
Well, I think it's going to come up now.
It should come up. Yeah, they're gonna fix it just now, no doubt.
That's why it's important then, Mo and myself, that we have to score, so we keep the listener or the viewers in check in terms of the right score. Here is Miller driving. They're looking for a single. Somebody could be. Miller has to get back into his crease. Good. Smart work there by wicketkeeper Benjamin. Accurate throw coming in there from the cover fielder. Over comes to an end. And somebody seems to have miscalculated the whole thing. But we think at the end of 22, I can tell you that Mr. Blacks and his colleague has got the right score.
Yes, 77 for
77 for 9.
77 for 9. Blacks has over there. He has 32 overs. 18 overs remaining. 32 overs would have gone in this one, and the first inning score of 129. Certainly, they are on top over there in that score, the manual scoreboard as we call it.
I know Denmore, they used to have a groundsman in Sinkits by the late Vincent Deming. And he always used to say there's an early day for beach. It's now 2:17 in Antigua and Barbuda. So the Windward Islands.
He's out caught. He got a.
Will be going to the beach early.
Yep, he's out caught. So the match has ended. The bowler in Ron Charles bowling a short delivery to who was
Elijah.
that batter there? Elijah
Miller.
And he looked to hammer it, but hit it straight to the fielder standing next to the umpire at square leg, and he was out caught, and that has brought an end to the Leeward Islands innings. 77 all out the Leeward Islands team.
They're not a 77 all-out team, Denmark. They've got more talent based on this, but today they came up short. It was the Winward Islands who seemed to be more organized. They mustered 129, and the Leeward Islands just didn't bat as consistently as they would. Never got off to an exciting start. The players are just going through their little paces right now, the meet and greet.
Yeah, the handshakes are all around. The Winward Islands players are shaking the hands of the umpires. The players who are off the field and officials are coming on the Leeward Islands in a one line, going to shake hands at the end of this first encounter. There are 4 more of these encounters to come, and we are hoping that as the bilateral series continues, that we're going to see improved performances by both teams. I would love to see a lot more runs. I think that in both teams, especially in the Winward Islands, some of their players, I think John at the top of the innings, looked to me like if he is much more than what his scorecard says today. He has a lot more to offer in terms of his batting than what the scorecard would have reflected today.
Armstrong demonstrated that he's got the
Armstrong has demonstrated that he has the know-how as well, and I'm hoping that some of the Leeward Islands bowling for the most part looks good, but they have to improve the batting.
But you remember this morning you asked me a couple of questions, right?
Yes, I did.
What did I raise with you? You
did tell me that the bowling is intact, is good. You like the bowling, but you think that there is work that needs to happen with the batting.
And it's been demonstrated here, as you can see. And straight away then more, you could see that the Winward Islands have maybe got their paces. They would have maybe won the game, but the folks have to go through their fitness laps.
Yep. I think those are the reserve players.
Some of the reserves, yeah.
Just making sure that they do a little bit of a lap around the field just to keep them sharp, to keep them updated.
So then more, once we get a chance, we can be able to just give our viewers and listeners a chance as to what happened today. I know you got your scoreboard, and while you're pulling up your scoreboard, I can be able to just give the folks a happening as to what's happening in St. Kitts. Australia are 39 without loss of 5.2 overs. Let me find out also what's happening in Jamaica, because that's the only scheduled game that is taking place as we speak. Denmore is going to come up with the match scenario for this important game.
Yeah, I can give you the Leeward Islands scorecard for those who are just joining us. If you missed it, the Leeward Islands, Caris Farrell and Deshaun James, they opened the batting. Deshaun James was caught Justin of John for 6. Caris Farrell was bowled by Joseph for 8. Andre Peters batting at number 3, caught Benjamin of Joseph for 11. Williams was LBW Joseph for 4. Prentice, LBW John without scoring, first delivery. Isaiah Harris, he was caught Justin of Lavier for 12. Nicholas Hero was run out Charles for 11. 11 of 62 deliveries, and he's there for a while, but just couldn't find a way to score any runs. Markan was bowled by Lavier without scoring. Adonai Ali was caught Benjamin of Charles for 7. France was left not out on 3. Miller, the last man to go, pull-in delivery straight to Williams at square leg off Charles for 2.
Extras 23, Denmore.
Extras 23. And
give the bowling analysis.
The analysis: Joseph 6 overs, 1 maiden, 25 runs, 3 wickets. John 6 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, 2 wickets. They bowled well at the start for the Windward Islands. Lavia 5 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 2 wickets. Charles 5 overs, 3 maidens, 3 runs, no wickets. And the other Charles, which is Ron Charles, so the first Charles that we heard, Caleb Charles, he had the 5 overs, 3 maidens, 3 runs, no wickets. John Charles, Ron Charles, who is the leg spinner, 5.2 overs, no maiden, 17 runs, 2 wickets. And Davis, I thought that his stats don't reflect how good I thought he bowled. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, no wickets. So the match summary: Winward Islands 128 all out, John 37, Armstrong 32, Charles 10, Joseph 7, Markan 5 for 46, Williams 2 for 15, a wicket each for Adonai Ali, 1 for 9, and Miller 1 for 15. Leeward Islands 77 all out of 32.2 overs. Isaiah Harris 12, Nicholas Hero 11, 8 for Caris Farrell, Adonai Ali 7. No one really from the Leeward Islands making any impression with the bat. 3 overs for Joseph, 3 for 25 from 6. John at the top as well, 2 for 9 from his 6 overs. Lavia 2 for 16 from 5 overs, and Charles 2 for 17. Winward Islands winning this first bilateral match by some 51 runs.
Well, then on another day, you have 129 to get. You're going to need partnerships. The Leeward Islands' biggest partnership today was 29. They lost wickets. Then more when we look at the score. 1 for 11, 2 for 16, 3 for 20, 4 for 20, 5 for 21. And then we had a partnership of 29. I think it would have been between, if memory serves me right.
Yeah, that was between Hero and Harris.
Harris, right? So then we had a flurry of wickets again. We lost Harris. They were 50-50. They lost wickets at 69-69 and then 77. So they got to go back to the drawing board. Like I said, Williams and company didn't get off today. Caris Farrell got 8. Hero got 11. Harris got 12. I think they got the work cut out for them.
I think if they win, the Leewards are going to have any impact with the batting, they're going to need people like Andre Peters, Aiden Williams, Demore Prentice, Isaiah Harris. Those are some of the players who are going to have to come to the wicket and recognize that they need to be a part of the whole batting. They're going to have to think about it, bat long, bat deep for the Leeward Islands if they're going to have any impact at all in this bilateral series. Like I said earlier,
just before you go, Denmo, just to give the folks what's happening. Rain has stopped play in Jamaica, and at the time Jamaica were 41 for 2. So we already know that the encounter in Guyana between Barbados and Guyana, that series has been rained out. We've had lovely sunny conditions here, Denmore, and the next time we're back here is on Monday?
Tuesday. We're back here on Tuesday for the next encounter.
Yeah,
Tuesday.
Tuesday we get here.
We're here for the second of the bilateral series, and in the week we have matches on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and then Monday to complete the series. So those of you who want to take in the cricket matches will be here on Tuesday and Thursday. Saturday we'll be out in Bethesda for that single match, and then we return to Coolidge Cricket Ground on Monday to continue the coverage of this bilateral series between the Leeward Islands Tropical Wave and the Winward Islands team.
So on behalf of the 360 team here in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda, the home for Cricket West Indies, the Winward Islands winning match number 1 by 51 runs. Winward Islands 128 all out in 31.1 overs. The Leeward Islands dismissed in 32.2 overs for 77. Let me say thanks to Jason and the entire crew here in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda from the 360 team here. I'm alongside Denmore Roberts. It's always a pleasure working alongside Denmo Roberts. And the next time you hear these voices, yeah, we'll be bringing cricket action to you, Leeward Islands versus Winward Islands. We hope for a better performance from both teams, not just the Winward Islands, but at least the Leeward Islands can be able to make it competitive in match number 2. We sign out here, and we thank you very much for your comments online and keeping us checked, giving us your feedback, and we'll be able to be ready and ready to go. So a lot of parents have come in, Denmo. We've got some parents who have come in from the Windward Islands to support the action.
And we encourage those who live here in Antigua and Barbuda to do the same. Come out and support both teams. Support the Leewards and the Windward Islands as they're going to be playing 4 more matches in this bilateral series. And we would love to see a few more spectators out here supporting the under-15 boys.
Especially the Leewards boys.
Especially the Leewards boys, yes.
Because we seem to be outnumbered today, Denmo. We had a lot more folks on the Windward Islands rather than the Leeward Islands parents. So Jason, I knew you got to get a early beach day today, man. Get yourself organized. You could see a little bit more Antigua along with your entire crew. Denmo, God bless you. We're out of here.